Audio check. Mic. Mic test.
Miss, kape nga.
3 in 1?
Hindi, yung puro.
Dito ka na sa Nescafe Classic.
Ako si Lenny Robredo at
Sabihin mo kung magsasalita ka.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning everyone.
तो आपको यहाँ पे ये दिखेगा जो हमने अभी ऐड किया, ये दोस्तों ऐड ऑन होते हैं एक्सेल के या जीमेल के। आपको जीमेल में भी यहाँ पे ऐड ऑन दिखेगा, ये देखिए। ओके, तो दोस्तों अभी क्या करना है आपको, ये मैंने ऑलरेडी लिखा है। अभी यहाँ पे आपको नेम लिखना है। नेम का स्पेलिंग दोस्तों प्रॉपर होना चाहिए, जो कि हमने यहाँ पे ड्राफ्ट
new application in this. So, okay, I have configured this template. So in this, I'm going to attach the resume that I'll leave. Now form director is fully configured and the form is ready to be launched. Let's launch this for test purpose as an applicant. Let's say he is applying for principal. Let us choose a sample resume here. Okay, yes, uploaded the resume. Let's go ahead and submit it. When this form is submitted, I want two things to be happening. Response to the applicant, that means besters should be sent an email saying that thank you for application. Notified to school management, that means an email should be sent to mikesh@juris.com saying that there is a new applicant. Let us see what happens. have submitted the form. To look at whether the emails have sent, let me go to the sent item and check. Okay, so there are two emails that has been sent recently. One is thanks for applying for principal Peter class. So that is the template that we have set up there, which has all this information, and the brochure that we have attached is also attached into this email. So this is the thank you email which has gone to the applicant. So this is the thank you email which has gone to the applicant. The second one is notification to school management. So let us look into that. So that has come to my email ID because I configured my email ID there. And it is attaching the resume of the person who has applied it. So it is that simple to configure any Google form to be sending as many as emails based on email templates configured in Form Director, along with advanced features like attach. We also put to do it. To achieve this, let us launch Form Director. powerful tool to do business automation with Google Forms. Form director can send your form responses from Google Forms to any applications. The supported application currently are Google Docs, Google Slides, Google Sheets. Email, QuickBooks, Insightly, Trello, and we are continuously adding more and more apps through which you can send your form response.
when I am interested to watch it, bakit? Ano ba kahapon? Ay, 9:45. Dami nag-chat. Kaya tingnan nyo yung nag-attendance dyan kasi ang isyuhan ng ah, ang isyuhan ng certificate, yun lang naka-complete attendance. Eh, ano yan, sa past, hindi mo sila nakatapos, tapos naghahabol ng certificate.
Tuwan natin namin mag-roll call tayo sa banda mo na yun.
Minomonitor mo yung number of, ano dyan, yung uma-attend talaga. Ang problema, paano mo nalaman na sila yun? Hindi, mag-ano tayo.
Roll call.
Hmm.
Tapos, ginawa natin na sa
Paano mo kaya ano? Kasi ang kasama o, ang kabasa, taga-andito din to eh. I-chat mo nga sila. I-chat mo sila dyan. Sabihin mo na, please sign for attendance. Ano ba yun? Ano ba yung tama? Please sign up for your attendance. Buksan mo kaya yung mga unang pre-booking eh. Bigyan mo mga discussion sa kanila.
roll call na lang, ma'am. Kung sino na present kayo. Tsaka mamaya.
Mga 1,000 sila. Sa kanulong mo, ako din sa oras. Dalawang oras lang yung lecture.
Kung sign up, ma'am, naka-sign up na sila sa form eh.
Ay, sa form yun. Para dito ngayon.
Kaya mahirap i-monitor dito ngayon, ma'am. Marami. Pwede sila maglabas-pasok sa eh. Sa ma'am, sa web, sa Zoom, pwede pa siguro.
May ano ka na dyan, may PowerPoint.
Meron, ma'am. Yung isa lang. Isa lang pala tayo. Palawan.
Yung camera mo i-focus sa akin.
Saka wide lang, ma'am.
Biglang nagkukunik yan sa isang ano.
Yes, ma'am.
Pag sa TV, ganun din. Di ba, ilabas mo to dun sa TV, ganyan din.
Ganun din, ma'am.
Ganun?
Yes, ma'am.
Anong tawag dito?
HDMI na cable.
Bakit ayaw na maggalaw yung ano, yung PowerPoint ko. Tapos mo may accessibility, investigate natin. Ayaw na. Tingnan mo dyan ka na. Ayaw na, tingnan mo may accessibility. Bakit? Ayaw na. Kung expired na rin ang ito na dito sa inyo. Accessibility, investigate. Bakit? Naku, buksan mo. Buksan mo kaya ulit yung isang slides. Yung sa isa na lang siguro, no? Ano? Pagka ganun, ano nangyayari doon?
Siguro yung ano, or something.
Makukulit pa naman yan. Daming hindi natin mamimili sa dito. May prayer dyan. Ano? Alam mo yung prayer? I-access yan.
Prayer na
Gawa namin yun, yung pre-recorded.
hindi ko alam kung saan nakalagay. Hanapin ko lang. Anong title, ma'am?
Prayer. Pangit yung camera. Nabili mo, ano?
Yes, ma'am. Mura lang eh.
Okay na lang din yan. Kasi webcam eh.
Oo, mura lang. Prayer na ang dami.
Ha? Maraming prayer yan?
1, 2, 3.
Oo.
Ito yung ano, yung may naka-red.
Mamili ka ng isa.
Naka-red ba to, ma'am?
Uy, naka-red ang ipag ganun na. Kung pwede i-blend mo.
Ay, hindi maan yung camera.
Ano po? May ano na to? Gagawin?
Meron naman.
Umpisa na mag-prayer?
Hindi pa, ma'am.
Nandiyan na?
Wait lang, ma'am.
Ayaw? Hindi ako na lang magpalagay na.
Okay na yung audio, ma'am.
Okay daw, mic test. Okay.
Then,
Baka yung isa yung nagre-receive dyan. Baka yun ang nagre-receive.
wala, ma'am.
Hello, mic test. Wala pa rin? Hello, mic test. Okay na? Start na tayo? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our free webinar for bookkeepers. To start with, please bow down your heads for the prayer. Our Lord God and loving Father, we thank you, Father, for this opportunity, for this webinar on bookkeeping. Father God, please bless each and every one of us. Bless the speakers, bless the participants, and also, most of all, our technical persons and our internet providers. Father God, Please be with us today during our webinar because without you, we can do nothing. Bless also the participants. Give us the knowledge and the wisdom so that whatever learnings that we acquire during this webinar, we can apply it in our work, all for the glory of your name. Bless also the family that we have. Bless and it's each and every one of us. And please be with us all throughout the day. This we ask in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Halika, Albert. Albert at saka Albert and Jeff, no? Sige, dito kayo. Sige, kasi I will introduce to you yung mga technical staff natin. So, for your admin concerns, sila po yung sasagot sa mga concerns ninyo about the e-certificate and about your attendance, no? So, una muna si Albert, nakikita na siya? Okay, say hi to them, no? Si Albert po, siya yung isang technical staff natin dito. Yun. No? And then si Jeff, no? Siya yung ating computer engineer and at the same time nasa admin natin. So, lahat po ng chat ninyo, sila po yung sasagot. And then lahat po ng concerns ninyo, sila din po yung mag-a-address. No? So, thank you very much and we will start our webinar proper. Okay? So, hindi na natin tawagin isa-isa, no? Sa dami po ng participants natin ngayon all over Visayas and Mindanao, hindi na natin matawag isa-isa yung ating mga participants because we have a very limited time. No? So, I just would like to say na may buntag sa mga Cebuano natin na participants, maayong aga sa mga Ilonggo natin na participants. Sa ibang mga participants po natin, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, no? And welcome to our free webinar for bookkeepers. I can see pa rin yung mga old names, no, na mga naka-attend na sa mga previous webinars natin, but they still keep on attending, no? In a way, parang sabi ng iba, review na lang daw. But for those na mga first-timer, please bear with us. And thank you very much for attending also. And hopefully, we can address all your concerns about this webinar. Okay, so today is December 27, no? And this is a 2 days webinar hanggang bukas tayo, December 28. No? Ito yung siguro yung mga pang last activities natin for 2021. No? Parang ako kasi gusto ko maiwan yung isang taon na lahat ng gusto mong mangyari, lahat ng gusto mong activities na gawa mo. Saka sabi ko, sayang naman. Why? Because, holidays na, and then we spend our holidays with something na kapakipakinabang naman. Just like updating our knowledge, no? That we can use in our work. So the topics that we are, improve your services, invest in knowledge. Yan na yung masasabi ko sa mga participants natin. And that's what you are doing now. Why? Because if you want to improve your services, of course, you must have the knowledge to do it. And not only knowledge, because our tax laws especially are very dynamic. So with the bookkeeping, kasi magkakasama yan sila. You cannot separate bookkeeping from a good tax compliance. Why? Because a good tax compliance comes from bookkeeping, a good bookkeeping. No? So very much needed po ang bookkeeping when it comes to tax compliance. And actually, ito yung during the tax audit na the taxpayers failed to present their books of accounts and they were sent sub pena and continuous non-submission of the books of accounts nakakarating na sa korte, no? And then the BAR will endorse that to the court, and then the court will impose penalties to the taxpayers for non-submission of books of accounts. At ito yung tinatawag na contempt of court, no? And it came from bookkeeping. That's why I keep on giving this free seminar on bookkeeping. This is in relation to your tax compliance. Why? Because if you try to look at our tax training channel is tax training for better tax compliance. And this bookkeeping is a tool for a good or better tax compliance. No? Kasi what we're discussing here are not only bookkeeping but also rules and regulations on bookkeeping na you really have to follow. No? Our topics for day 1 would be the recording of transactions in the books of accounts. Why? Because the source of your tax liabilities are coming from your business transactions. And in order that you can recognize all those liabilities that you have to record properly your transactions in the books of accounts. And then in the afternoon, we will discuss about compound entries, adjusting entries, and closing entries. Sa mga previous na bookkeeping webinars natin, although we have conducted this almost monthly, no? Pero hindi naman 12 times in a year. Pero marami. But sometimes we also update our topics. Kasi itong compound entries, adjusting entries, and then closing entries, not well explained on those previous webinars. That's why dinagdag ko siya, no, as a second topic for day 1. And then for day 2, our topic will be the preparation of basic financial statement based on records. Why based on records? Because the end product of the records that we have in our books of accounts from our business transactions, yung end product niyan are the basic financial statements. And these basic financial statements are mandatorily required by the government regulatory agencies, just like Securities and Exchange Commission for corporations, the Cooperative Development Authority for cooperatives, and then for individuals, yung BIR nga po. And also, yung mga cities natin, no, and barangays, they also require. And hindi lang yon, pati yung Bureau of Customs natin ngayon, they also have the audit power. Why? They are also conducting audit of your importation. No? So, hindi lang isang government agencies ngayon, dati only BIR conduct audit and investigation of your records. Ngayon, halos mga regulatory agencies, they have the power now to also investigate or audit your books of accounts. That's why when you record your books of accounts such that it is compliant with the regulations, with the existing regulations from these government agencies. Okay, so before discussing the topics, I would like to highlight also the objectives of this seminar. And what are the objectives of this seminar? First and foremost is for you to have a better tax compliance. And the second is you must know the transactions, you must know the books of accounts where you can record all these transactions, no? And also we'll discuss also the source documents where these recorded transactions coming from, no? And also the legalities or the statutory requirements on the issuance of receipts. Why? Because you cannot just keep on recording whatever transactions you have. Yung mga receipts or mga supporting documents are also regulated, no? Kaya nga, sabi ko dun sa mga ibang uma-attend on this bookkeeping seminar, sabi ko, you try to study in TESDA, yung bookkeeping 1 nila hanggang 4, no? And then you attend in our webinar. Why? Kasi doon sa sa TESDA, ang tinuturo nila doon is squarely bookkeeping, recording, no? So mahasa kayo doon. Pagdating dito sa webinars natin, technicalities ng tax compliance ang tinuturo po natin dito. Hindi lang to basta-basta bookkeeping. Why? Kasi this will answer the statutory requirements in the recording of your books of accounts. So nakalagay na dyan yung mga technicalities. Ano bang dapat na resibo na i-record ninyo? Because not all receipts are valid for supporting documents, no, ng mga expenses nyo and ng sales. Hindi po lahat. And also, there are laws or regulations governing receipts. O yung printing of receipts lang. Hindi naman din ni-discuss yan doon sa TESDA. Kaya ang mangyayari, when you finish your TESDA course, record lang kayo ng record. Hindi nyo na tinitingnan kung tama pa ba yung nire-record nyo. No? So our webinar for bookkeeping will complement the knowledge that you earn from TESDA. No? So I advise you to please study the TESDA, no, yung NC 1 to 4 nila na bookkeeping. And it will make you a good bookkeepers. No? And then you attend also our task updates because from time to time, we are also conducting task updates. Okay? So, recording business transactions. Why do we have to record our business transactions? Why? Because our government is very much interested in the transactions that we have. Why? Because the transactions or the business transactions that we have, may tax din po dyan ang gobyerno. No? Yun yung sinasabi ko palagi na when we earn our income, it is not 100% earned by us. No? May share dyan ang government. That's why they are very, very particular about your transactions. And if we try to look back at the tax code, ano ba ang aim or purpose of the record keeping? Ang sabi doon is for the BAR to ascertain at any time of the year the correct taxes that you have paid. Kasi anong magiging basis ng BAR that you pay your correct taxes if you don't have the records? That's why audit comes in. Why? Because in audit, of course, ang gagawin ng auditor is to match your documents with that of the liabilities or tax liabilities that you have. No? So, nagiging complicated po yung recording process natin because of its consequences of generating tax liabilities later on. No? So, yun po yung purpose natin dito. Ako kasi, I am a person na result-oriented. I always ask, bakit ito ginagawa? Anong next nito? Anong purpose nito? And in considering your purpose, yun nga yung purpose ng recording, no? For the government to determine at any time of the year your tax liabilities. So, since tax liabilities ang the aim nitong recording, so we will have to be very much conscious about how we record our business transactions. No? Kaya nga, when I do my tax consultancy, I always look at the records and then I explain to my client na this has a tax consequence. Kasi galaw kayo ng galaw ng mga account, sometimes may mga tax consequences yan. No? So, in recording your business transactions, we follow the accounting standards. And what are these accounting standards that we have? For those who want to study more about this bookkeeping, yung mag-advance na kayo, you try to study the financial accounting. Yung financial accounting natin, may volume 1 yan, volume 2, volume 3, yung ginagamit ng mga college students. Why? Because every account there na kailangan ninyo is explained. Halimbawa, cash, accounts receivable, nandyan lang yan lahat. Isang chapter yan sa financial accounting, and then cash are very much discussed in detail. And then kung ano yung paano kayo mag-entry. No? Kasi yung sa atin dito are only overviews. Hindi natin, sa 2 hours natin, hindi natin kayang tackle lahat ng mga specific topics about it. No? About recording. Kaya nga, when you want to expound pa your knowledge in bookkeeping, then you also read the financial accounting books. Okay, so ano yung dual procedure ng recording of business transactions? We observe the debit and the credits. And when we say debit, mayroon tayong account, no, sa left side, and then yung credit dito naman sa right side. No? So we introduced you to some tools. Ito yung T-account, the journal, and the ledger. That's why when you register your business, the BIR will give you books of accounts, no? And sometimes yung mga reklamo sa akin palagi, ma'am, 2 lang binigay sa amin ng BIR. Sabi ko, kulang. Why? Because ang standard talaga dyan is 4, no? For non-VAT. And then 6 for VAT. Sa manual books of accounts, no? Kasi iba naman yung loose leaf, iba naman yung computerized books of accounts. So for the standard na manual books of accounts, you must have 4, no? Why 4? Because you have the cash receipts, cash disbursement, and then you have the journal and the ledger. No, anong purpose ng journal? It is a book of original entry. And then, anong purpose naman ng ledger? Ledger is your T account. Ano yun? Yung debit and credit of the account, and then summarize mo yan at the end of the month kung magkano yung magiging balance niya, no, by subtracting the debit with the credits or with the credits and the debit. So you have your balances at the end. So nasa ledger yan. Sabi ko, kung dalawa lang yung libro nyo, so how will you make your trial balance later on when you prepare your financial statements? So yun ang magiging problema. Otherwise, nag-drawing ka lang based on your records kasi wala kang summary, no? It's all right if you have a very, very, yung konti lang yung volume of business and transactions mo. Pero pagka medyo complicated na at marami, mahihirapan kayo. No? Okay. So, accountants are indispensable persons in the company. No? Why indispensable? Kasi siya yung gumagawa ng reports to the management. No? So accountants use trial balance to check the equality of records. Kasi sabi natin, pag ang isang transactions, may debit siya and may credit. No? So for you to check whether your debits and the credits are correct, you prepare a trial balance at the end of the semester, a month, or how often, or the frequency of your reporting requirements, no? Or ang BIR kasi, ang nire-require niya is the annual, no? So you have to prepare now your trial balance in order that you can determine that all your debits and your credits are correct, no? Not really correct, pero at least balance siya, meaning equal, no, yung amount. Kasi sometimes yung error dyan nasa account na nag-debit kayo at nag-credit. But of course, since lahat yan papasok sa trial balance, so all the accounts dapat, all the amounts are properly accounted for. No? So the double entry accounting system, this was invented or discovered by Loca Pacioli. Siya yung nag-invento talaga ng debits and credits or ng accounting. No? Okay. And also, itong financial statements natin, sinasabi ko nga sa inyo, these are only end products of the records that we have. So, the more na accurate yung records nyo, you can have good financial statements. Why? Because ang mangyayari dyan during the audit, if your financial statements, you don't have enough records to prove the authenticity or the correctness of your financial statements, then your financial statements will become questionable. And sometimes, financial statements are misrepresented, especially if some of the vital information or some of the important information are not reported in your financial statements. No? Kaya nga, dyan pumapasok yung tax fraud, yun ang hinahanap ng BIR. Why? If you have transactions, material transactions, which you fail to report in your financial statements, then you are prosecuted. Paano po prosecute ang BIR? Ito yung meron silang pinafile sa DOJ or sa Department of Justice, no? And then when the Department of Justice determine that there is probable cause, yung hearing taxpayers, ibibigay na nila ngayon sa ordinary court, regional trial court, to try the case, no? Kaya nga criminal case ang tax fraud. So if you have material misstatement in your financial statements. And our law also on value-added tax is very strict because in VAT, 30% declaration or understatement of your sales and overstatement ng mga purchases nyo, tantamount na yan sa fraud. No? And sa VAT, pwede nang ipa-close yung business. No? Masyadong stricto yung law natin sa value-added tax. So the account and rules of debit and credit, no? So there are businesses na malalaki, no? So they incur thousands of transactions during the year. O meron din namang iba na simple lang, just like yung mga services, no? ilang, just like rental, kung kakaunti lang yung pinaparentahan nyo, so hindi siya ganun ka-voluminous yung transactions. Pero yung mga retail, no, that issues thousands of receipts in a day, so voluminous na yan, mas complicated na po yung transactions nila. That's why yung mga ganun na kalalaki, no, na voluminous, with voluminous transactions, they are required to automate already, no, to use the computerized accounts. Hindi na sila pwedeng manual. Okay. So the account, first and foremost, when you record in your books of accounts, or when you set up your accounting system, you start with the chart of accounts. And what are these chart of accounts? Andito na yung accounts na gagamitin mo. So do not use also, and these accounts should be peculiar in its kind of industry. Why? Because there are industries that doesn't need an account, no, or different with a different account with that of the other industries. Just like halimbawa na lang transportation. For transportation companies, there are accounts of the transportation companies which are different from that of the retail companies. Just like also hotels and restaurants with that of agriculture, no? So magkaiba dapat sila ng chart of accounts so that in the choice of accounts, dapat it will answer the need of your industries. Halimbawa na lang agriculture, ano yung mga chart of accounts ng agriculture? Siyempre, it answers the nature of the industry. Ano yung nature ng industry ng agriculture? Meron siyang land preparation kasi magtatanim ka. Meron siyang mga fertilizers. Meron siyang harvest later on, which is the source ng sales. No? So, magkakaiba yan. Halimbawa naman piggery. Yung piggery mo, mayroon niyang mga heads, no? Yung mga pigs, no? And they are called as biological assets. So may mga treatment din, accounting standards for that we should follow. So yung mga chart of accounts natin, depending on the business that we have. No? So hindi lahat ng account, although yung nakikita ko, very general kasi yung mga accounting system na binibenta or dinidevelop, halos 1,000 of accounts meron doon. Hindi na po kailangan natin yan. If we want to simplify our recording, mamili na lang tayo ng account doon. And then sometimes, yung mga accounts na yan, i-classify natin or i-cluster na natin. No? Ibawa, may mga miscellaneous expenses tayo dyan. May utilities. So, yung utilities na yan, nandiyan na yung light and water. Meron tayong salaries. No? So, for the salaries and wages natin, it must be our regular employees. Why? Kasi yung mga hindi regular employees, nandun yan nakaklarify yan sa direct labor or outside direct labor natin, no? Outside services. Okay, so very, very much accurate in the classification of your account. And when you classify the account, be consistent after that, no? Kasi hindi pwede yung pabago-bago ka ng accounts. No? Okay. So, anong purpose ng account? Classify and summarize the increases, decreases, and balances of its assets. Kasi if you try to look at sa recording process na, yung debit and credit mo, per account yan. No? And if your account is an asset, then it will affect the assets itself. No? So, it has an asset, the liability, the stockholders' equity, the dividend, the revenue, and the expenses. No? And then, meron pa silang accounts receivable and accounts payable. And then, cash. Remember, itong accounts receivable, accounts payable, cash is your working capital, is your current assets. So, paggawa ng mga analysis ng financial statements and also your operations, these accounts are very important. No? Sometimes, ginagamit din namin ito sa transfer pricing analysis. No? Especially if you compare those related and unrelated parties, and then magkakaiba sila ng accounts receivable, magkakaiba sila ng cash. So you're going to adjust, but of course, you have to consider the accounts, no? Kasi kung medyo malaki yung isa, medyo maliit naman yung dun sa isa, hindi mo sila pwedeng i-compare. No? How about cash? Cash is a very, very volatile or Yung it keeps on changing, napakagalaw ng cash in the balance sheet. Why? Because all transactions affects cash. No? Pag gumawa ka ng transactions, nag-invest ka ng capital, dinagdagan mo yung cash. Pag nagbigay ka ng dividend o kaya nag-distribute ka ng income sa mga stockholders mo, nagbawas ka ng cash. No? So, almost all accounts, siguro ang hindi lang affected dito itong depreciation, no? But we will have a separate webinar for these assets, no? Ito yung mga property, plant, and equipments and how to make a lapsing schedule. Kasi ang dami kong na-discover dyan during my audit. Ang dami po talaga. No? And that is very important na gusto ko rin i-share sa inyo. Yung cash, be very careful about cash. Because sabi ko nga sa inyo, ang cash, halos nandyan lahat ng transactions ng taxpayer. And since nandyan yung transaction ng taxpayers, during the tax audit, ang examiner naman is making a cash analysis. No? Ano yung cash analysis? Magkano lahat ng cash na pumasok mo during the year, and then magkano yung dinisperse mo, magkano yung ginamit mong cash, and cash at the end. No? So, marami pong deficiency discovered because of the cash analysis. And any unaccounted cash during the year will be treated as other income. Ganun yan. Hindi mo ma-account itong cash na to, then that is treated as other income wherein you are going to pay the tax consequence. And how much is the tax consequence? If you are a corporation now, it's 20 to 25%. If you are an individual, depending on the bracket that you have, the maximum is 35%. And that is a big, big money. Kaya very careful about cash. And then every business has a cash account in its accounting system. No? Hindi talaga mawala yan. Pag gumawa kayo ng chart of accounts nyo, nandyan talaga yan palagi ang cash number 1 yan. No? Okay. Sino ang mamili ng cash? If you have the accountants then, and then yung accountants ang magsiset up ng accounting system nyo, then the accountants may choose the account title that you will be using during your operation. And once the accountant made a choice on your accounts, consistent na kayo dun. Huwag papalit-palit. No? Kasi just like accounting period, once you have the accounting period and you are a corporation, yun na yun. Nandun na yan sa articles of incorporation ninyo. Once you want to change your accounting period, dadaan pa kayo ng clearance sa BIR, magpapa-clearance pa kayo doon, maghihingi pa kayo doon ng approval. Why? Because in the changing of the accounting period, may mga tax consequences yan, may mga tax na tatamaan dyan. That's why dadaan pa siya sa BIR for approval. Okay. So sa account title, yung isang accountant might name the accounts notes payable. Ano to notes payable? Ito yung mga long terms payable or utang. And another might call it loans payable, no? So, sabi ko sa inyo, once na set up na yung accounts niyo, be consistent na. So, both account titles refer to the amount borrowed by the company. Okay. Ano na yung mangyayari once you have chosen that account? Lahat ng mga similar transactions, nandoon na yan. Doon na yan, kumbaga sa, doon na yan nakapasok. No? Lahat ng account. Kasi, kaya ka namili ng chart of accounts, yun na yung gagamitin mo during your operation. So, lahat ng mga transactions ninyo that involves, halimbawa, utang, doon nyo na ilalagay. No? So, once you give the account the title, you must use that same title throughout the accounting records. Why? Kasi pagpapalit-palit kayo ng account title, masyadong magalaw yan, maapektuhan yung buong financial statements ninyo. Okay. Ilan na yung participants natin dyan? Shout out. Ilan yung participants na nakikinig sa atin ngayon? Imagine, and then 1,000 plus yung natin, yung participants natin na registered. No? So please see to it na you have attended all the webinars natin in order to have e-certificate, no? So remember that our rules here, kung hindi kayo kumpleto, kasi in our previous experiences, ang daming nag-register, tapos kakaunti lang yung ma-attend. And then at the end of the webinar, ang daming humahabol ng e-certificate, no? So one of the reasons hindi kayo nabibigyan ng e-certificate because you failed to complete our webinar, no? Our webinar is free. This is for you. So kung hindi kayo maka-attend, huwag na rin kayong manghingi ng certificate, ha? Kasi kulang yung knowledge ninyo, especially that what we are discussing here are very technical, no? So please bear with us later on na yung lahat ng nandyan ngayon, naka-attendance sheet kayo sa chat box so that yung mga hindi talaga umattend, wala sila, hindi natin sila bibigyan ng e-certificate. No? Okay. Pero 200 lang sila.
Wala pong 200 dito.
Oh. Kaya, ano natin, na hindi sila mabigyan. Kasi ang daming nag-register pero hindi naman nakaka-attend, no? At saka yung hindi complete talaga, since isa lang naman yung certificate po na i-send natin, yung hindi talaga kompleto, hindi natin bibigyan ng certificate because our certificate is good for 2 days. No? Okay. So let's now go to the T account. Saan makikita yung T account natin? Dito yan sa ating mga libro na journal, no? So may mga sample tayo dito na book. Ledger. Okay. Ito po yung ating ledger, no? So yung ledger natin, yan ang sinasabi natin diyan na T accounts, no? So T accounts 'yan. Pag sinabi mo na T accounts, debit credit 'yan, no? Yan. Ito yung ledger natin at ang laman nito is our T accounts. Ano yung T accounts natin? Yan, no? Lagyan mo dyan dito ng account, halimbawa cash. And then, nandyan na yung nature ng transactions mo. Ito na yung debit dito. Ito na yung credit, no? So, halimbawa cash, nag-debit ka ng expenses. Lagay mo dyan. Ano yung dinebit mo? Siyempre, debit mo yung cash, yung payment, no? So, nandyan, ito po yung pinaka-T account natin. So, ito na yung summary ng mga accounts natin on the debit and credit. So, ano yung makikita natin sa T account natin or sa ledger? Increase and decrease in the account. Why? Kasi lahat ng pumasok na debit at saka credit, nandyan na sa T accounts natin. At ano pala po yung debit at ano yung credit? When we debit the account, we increase the assets account. When we credit the accounts, we increase the liability accounts. No? As we go along, i-explain naman natin yan sa inyo. So, yan po yung purpose ng T accounts natin. Okay? So, what are the steps in recording and posting the effect of the business transactions? No? So, yung company enters into a business transaction as the result of a management decision. Sa business kasi, yung galaw ng company, management decision yan. No? That's why the management are liable. No? Kung ano man yung mga decisions dyan sa companies. And then, next to that, the business transaction is evidenced by a source document. Ito na. Ano yung mga source documents that you can use when you record your business transactions? For BIR purposes, only two. The sales invoice and the official receipts. Yung ibang mga resibo, yung ibang mga documents are only supplemental documents. And what are those supplemental documents? They are what we call or sometimes, ito yung mga acknowledgement receipts, delivery receipts, supplemental lang yan. Pero yung evidence talaga ng business transactions are official receipt for sale of goods and official receipts for sale of services and sales invoice for sale of goods, no? So, yun lang yung mga resibo na makikita natin that we post in our uh, cash receipts or cash disbursement, no? And then the source document serves as the basis for preparing a journal entry. Kaya nga pagka yung mga transactions nyo walang supporting documents, hindi nyo talaga yan po pwedeng i-record, no? Because later on during the audit, they will be disallowed. So the journal entry is posted to the accounts in the ledger, no? So magkakasunod yan. Meron na tayong tutorial dyan on how to record your books, no? So sundan na lang po na ninyo yan because we have a very limited time lang, no? So once the journal entry is posted to the accounts in the ledger, and then yung ledger, yun na yung summary ng increase-decrease. Once na meron yung balance, how often you prepare your report, makikita mo na doon yung ending balance niya, and then yun na yung gagamitin mo sa trial balance, no? And then yung trial balance, saan mo naman gagamitin yan? When you prepare now your financial statements. And what are the financial statements na required? There are 4, no? We have the balance sheet, the statement in financial position. We have the income statement, the cash flow, and the statement of changes in equity. So yun yung 4 na financial statements that are very important. So accountants use the debit. Ano yung ibig sabihin daw ng debit? No? Place an entry on the left side of the account. So nakita nyo yung left side dyan. No, ito na yung ledger, ha? Ito na yung account sa ledger. And then the debit, ang abbreviation niya is DR, no? DR. Debit means left side. And then yung credit naman, abbreviated as CR, means right side, no? So may iba-ibang effect yan eh. Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na pagka ang nag-debit ka ng account, no? So you make an entry on the debit side, ang ini-increase mo dyan yung assets. Pag nag-debit ka na, nag-credit ka naman sa right side, nag-increase ka ng liabilities, no? Kasi ang principles natin dito sa T accounts, try to look at your balance sheet. Balance sheet account ang pinapakita dito eh. Bakit? Ano ba yung debit na, ano ba yung nasa asset account natin? Yun ang nag-i-increase sa debit. Ano ba yung nasa liability accounts natin? Yun nag-i-increase sa credit, no? Kaya sa T accounts natin, try to look at the balance sheet, no? Okay. After recognizing business event as business transactions, then you have to analyze to determine the increase or decrease as it affects on the assets, liabilities, stockholders' equity items, dividends, revenues, or expenses of the business. Ito yung mga vital information eh. Kaya nga, di ba sabi natin, tax fraud comes in pagka itong mga vital information na to kulang o hindi ninyo di-declare, no? And then we translate this increase or decrease into debits and credits. So the business transactions record, total peso amount of debits must equal the total peso amount of credits, and that is manifested or shown in the trial balance, no? Kasi at end of the period, kunin natin lahat ng balances ng debit, lahat ng balances ng credits, kailan total yan sila. Why total? Because at the start, when we make our transactions, yung one account, we make one debit and we make one credit. So, walang dahilan na hindi sila balanse, no? Kasi isang transactions natin may debit, same amount, may credit, same amount. So, dapat balanse sila. Kasi pag hindi balanse, mali yung ginawa mo, no? So, accounting requirement, its transactions be recorded by an entry that has equal debits and credits. Anong tawag dyan? Double entry procedure, no? Or duality. Although, when I was still assigned in the large taxpayer, no, meron kaming, actually, we evaluated a computerized accounting system. And in the evaluation of the accounting system, we are very particular about the security, no? The security of the information. Ngayon, I try to ask their accountant, no? Foreigner siya eh. Kasi yung ginawa namin, convergence lang. We have our team from all over the world. Yung accountant nila is from Europe, no? Tapos yung mga backup nila, yung mga technicals nila from Thailand. Tapos yung mayroon sila iba sa Singapore, may iba sa US. No? Kaya nag-converge lang kami. And then, what the, yung financial head nila told us na about the security of their information. Kasi ang concern namin is the security of the information, considering na malaki sila eh, all over the world yung presence nila. So, anong sagot nung financial officers or the accountant nila? Ang sabi nila, our system is very much secured. If you are using a double entry, we are using a triple entry. Ano ibig sabihin ng triple entry? Meaning, isang account, there are 3 entries, no? So, hindi lang sila debit and credit, meron pa silang third, no? Pero, hindi ko na inalam because I'm only particular of the double entry kasi yan lang naman ang mandatory sa atin eh, no? So, the dual recording process produces 2 sets of accounts, no? Ito yung debit balances and yung credit balances, no? Okay. So, recording changes in assets, liabilities, and stockholders' equity. Our accounting equation na basic is assets equals liabilities from plus stockholders' equity. Para maintindihan nyo to, try to look at the balance sheet. No? Yung balance sheet kasi, we will discuss that mamaya. No? Mamaya pang hapon. But if you try to look at the balance sheet, di ba yung assets, may total. Tapos meron kang liabilities and stockholders equity. So sa paggawa mo ng balance sheet, kaya nga balance, di ba? Balance sheet. So what are you going to balance? The assets should be equal to liabilities and the stockholders equity. Para masabi mo na tama yung ginawa mo. But of course, it's not a guarantee na tama yung ginawa mo kasi mamaya, yung error mo naman is in the classification of account. No? So, that is our basic accounting equation. So, we have our assets equals liabilities plus stockholders equity. Okay. Assets which are on the left side of the equal sign increase on the left side of the T accounts. Yung liabilities naman, ito yung sa right side of the equal sign increase on the right side of the T accounts, no? So, assets, nandito siya sa left side, nag-i-increase siya sa debit. Ito namang nasa right side natin, the liabilities at saka stockholders equity, sa right side natin siya, nag-i-increase naman siya sa credit. No? Okay. So, the recording of the transaction in the T account is easier when you focus on the equal sign. Anyway, pala, dun sa mga participants po natin, pwede na siguro mag-start si Albert. Tawag dito, Jeff, padalhan sila ng PowerPoint presentation natin. Padalhan nyo na yung day 1 saka day 2. Kunin mo doon. Nandyan na. Sige. Padala mo na sa kanila yung day 1 and day 2 so that meron din silang basis, no? Meron silang materials on this seminar. No? Kasi alam nyo, ang maganda sa lahat yan, pinrint nyo na yung ating PowerPoint presentation and then during the lecture, sinusulatan nyo na. No? Kasi kung makinig lang kayo, alam mo sa pag-audio lang, listening lang, ang daming nawawala na knowledge. Pero, i-compensate mo siya, no? Mayroon kang audio, and then mayroon ka pang visual, and then you write, hindi nyo talaga makalimutan. No? Kasi useless lang din yung webinar na pinakinggan nyo lang, pagkatapos wala na, hindi nyo rin maintindihan. No? Sayang yung investment nyo in your time and effort. So, we will email you the presentation materials. If you want, please print, and then during our lecture proper, you make some notations. No? Para hindi nyo makalimutan. Okay. So, yung left side ng T account is the debit, right side is the credit. No? So, ano yung rules natin? So, assets equals liabilities plus stockholders' equity. That is our accounting equation. So, for assets, ang assets, libawa cash, nag-i-increase siya pag nag-debit ka. And then, pag nag-credit ka naman sa assets, nagdi-decrease. No? Kasi anong mangyayari sa T-accounts natin, yung debit and the credit at the end of the period, plus mo sila and then i-minus mo na yung total, no? Total debit from total credit. Ang matira dyan is your balance, no? Account balance. Kung zero siya, ibig sabihin, walang debit equals credit, wala kayong i-carry doon sa trial balance ninyo pag zero yung account. No? For the liabilities, pag nag-debit ka sa liabilities, meaning you make an entry on the left side, then liabilities decrease. Why? Kasi tingnan nyo ang position ng liabilities. Nasa baba na siya ng balance sheet, no? So, sa accounting equation, assets equals liabilities plus stockholders' equity. Nasa right portion naman siya. So, when you debit for liabilities, nagdi-decrease siya, nababawasan siya. Pero, pag nag-credit ka naman sa liabilities, nadadagdagan siya o increases. So, same also with stockholders' equity. When you debit stockholders' equity, it decrease. When you credit, ibig sabihin, dinagdagan nyo yung amount ng stockholders' equity, it increases. Okay. So, opposite sila. Opposite yung nangyayari sa assets with liabilities and stockholders' equity. Okay. So, summary. Assets increase by debits, no? And then the T account and decreased by credits, right side to the T account. Liabilities and stockholders' equity decreased by debits, and then the T account and increased by credits, so right side ng T account. Okay. So, kita nyo na yung T account natin doon sa ledger, ha? Okay. So, ang titingnan nyo na lang dyan, yung rules ng debit and credit. No? Since ito yung sinasabi natin na T accounts, dito yung account, ito yung debit, no? Ito yung left side, ito yung credit, ito yung right side. So, pag assets yan, halimbawa, property, plant, and equipment, pag nag-debit ka, madadagdagan. Pag nag-credit ka, mababawasan. Pero kung liabilities account yan, pag nag-debit ka, bawas. Pag nag-credit ka naman dito, dagdag. No? Kasi opposite nga yung kanilang effect. And then we have the example, no? So assume a corporation issues shares of its capital stocks for 10,000, no, in transaction number 1. So, anong mangyayari pag nag-issue ka ng shares of stocks mo, ang capital stocks for 10,000? Anong debit mo at saka anong credit, no? Kasi pag nag-issue ka ng shares of stocks, binenta mo yon, no? Pag binenta mo yon, anong bayad doon? Cash, no? Hindi naman sinabi dito na binayaran ng lupa. So, if the transaction is silent, then cash talaga yan, no? So, since may nag-invest ng 10,000 for your shares of stocks, so nagiging capital mo yon. So, you debit cash for 10,000 kasi nadagdagan yung cash mo ng 10,000. And then, you credit capital stocks ng 10,000. Sa accounting equation natin, balikan natin, cash is in the assets. So, nag-i-increase siya pagka nag-debit ka. Ang capital naman or stockholders equity na sa credit, kaya nadagdagan din siya pag nag-credit ka. So anong nangyari in these transactions? The debit side ng cash nag-increase, nadagdagan ng 10,000. The credit side naman ng capital stocks, nadagdagan din ng 10,000. Why? Because ang effect ng investment ng cash, nadagdagan yung capital ng company. No? So yung proper recording niya, hindi na po pwedeng baguhin to ha. Kaya yung sa mga entries natin, i-memorize nyo na lang. Kaya nga I request you to study the financial accounting. Why? Because once na sinabi na ito na yung cash debit niya, ito na yung entries, yun na yun. Hindi na ito pwedeng baguhin. No? Hindi na po kayo pwedeng mag-create pa ng iba pang account. Kasi ito na yung representative ng transactions. Ito na yun. No? So, wag nang palit-palitan pa. No? Okay. So, transaction increases the asset cash on the left side of the cash account. No? And then, yung increase ng stockholders nasa capital stocks account sa right side. No? Next transaction, nangutang yung company, no? So borrowed 5,000 from a bank on a note, no? May note payable siya, no? So paano i-record 'yun? Nangutang ng cash. So ano nangyari doon sa cash? Nadagdagan na naman. Kanina nadagdagan siya ng 10,000 ng kapital. Tapos nangutang ulit ng 5,000, nadagdagan na naman siya ng 5,000. Pero, since yung source ng cash natin ngayon is from the notes payable, so we have another account in the ledger na notes payable. And doon tayo magde-debit ng 5,000. So, as you incur the transactions, magdadagdag ka na magdadagdag ngayon ng account. Mamili ka doon sa chart of accounts na napili mo na for your company. At ang sabi natin, for the chart of accounts, dapat very, very particular yan about the kind of industry that you have. No? So, dito, notes payable ng utang, nadagdagan yung utang. So, credit ng 5,000. Okay. So, pareho silang nag-increase. Increase the cash, increase also the liability. Okay. So, recording changes in revenue and expenses. Saan naman makikita yung revenue and expenses natin na financial statement? From our income statement. Why? Because the income statement is the result of operations. So, anong pinapakita doon na informations? And for your information, the BIR is very, very much concerned about your income statement. No? Kaya nga pag namili ng mga cases ang mga examiners, doon talaga nag-aagawan yan, doon sa malaki ang sales. So, income statement ang tinitingnan. Although ako, in some other time, tinitingnan ko rin yung balance sheet. No? Kasi sometimes exaggerated yung nandun sa income statement. Tapos tinitingnan mo yung balance sheet, wala namang laman. No? So, ibig sabihin, that company is not solid or not liquid. No? Kasi sometimes, malaki nga yung sales niya, pero wala naman siyang assets. Okay. Revenues and expenses directly in the written earnings account. But this is not done in practice because the volume of the revenue and expense transactions are voluminous, no? Voluminous ang business transactions. Bakit nakalagay ito sa written earnings account? Ano ba yung written earnings? Ito yung income, no? After subtracting the operating expenses and other expenses from your sales, no? So yung written earnings, usually, meron akong client na pinareview sa akin yung mga interest nila. Lahat ng mga unearned income na nila na hindi pa earned, so hindi pa nila na-disburse or whatever, nilagay nila lahat sa written earnings. Sabi ko yung written earnings has a tax consequence. Ano yung tax consequence dyan? Ibig sabihin ng written earnings, yun na yung kita mo na malinis na. Tanggal na dyan yung operating expenses. And that written earnings account, usually, yan na yung taxable amount mo. No? Sabi ko, if you declare a written earnings that match, may tax consequence yan, nababayaran mo na 25% na corporate income tax. And that's very big, no? Na hindi naman dapat. So, instead, business treat expense account as if they were subclassified of the debit side of the written earnings account. And the revenue accounts subclassification of the credit side. So, since ang accounting equation natin is coming from the balance sheet natin na assets equals liabilities from stockholders' equity. Pagdating naman doon sa income statement, saan naman napupunta or saan na-classify naman sa rules natin sa debit and credit yung mga accounts natin sa income statement. No? For the expenses, ang expenses natin nasa debit side, yung sales natin nasa credit side. No? So what happened? When you debit an expense account, it increases. When you credit an income account or sales account, it also increases. No? So yun naman ang sa rules ng debit and credit pagdating na sa income statement. Okay. Okay, so anong nangyayari dito? They keep a separate account revenue and expense, no, para sa income statement. Okay, so recording rules for revenues and expenses, ito na ha. Kaya nga sabi ko pagka meron na kayong materials, you write down, no? So ano yung rules for revenues and expenses? Kasi kanina balance sheet accounts yon. Assets, liabilities, capital. So ngayon naman, revenues. Yung revenues, ano to? Pwedeng sales, pwedeng receipts, gross receipts, pwedeng professional fees. No? Yan ang mga revenues. How about expenses? Ito yung mga valid claims as deductions against your income. No? So record increases in revenues in the right credit side. No? So yung revenue, nasa right side siya, so mag-i-increase siya pagka may entry doon sa credit side niya. The account naman decreases on the left or debit side. So, reasoning behind is that revenues increase, written earnings, and increases in written earnings are recorded on the right side. Kasi ang written earnings natin, yun pa yung component natin na makikita natin sa stockholders' equity. Record increases in expenses on the left, the account, and decreases in the right credit side. Okay. Anong reason? Because if the expenses decrease, written earnings and decrease in written earnings are recorded on the left side. Okay. Kasi bawasan mo nag-increase siya sa credit. So, saan mo siya babawasan? Sa debit. No? Okay. Another example, assume that same company received 1,000 cash from customer for services rendered. The cash account increased on the left side of the T account and the service revenue increased in the written earnings. So, debit cash, 10,000, ito yung capital kanina, 5,000, ito na yung notes payable niya ng utang. Tapos ito na yung 1,000, no? Ano to? Service fee from the customers, no? So nag-increase yung cash mo, nag-increase din or nalagyan yung service revenue mo na 1,000. Okay. Ito na kasi ang company yan, pag business yan, ongoing yan, no? So, yung company paid 600 in salaries to employees. No? Nagbayad siya ng 600 salaries ng employee. No? So, ano nangyayari? The cash account, kasi binayaran niya ng cash. Siyempre, pag nagbayad ka, mababawasan yung cash mo. No? So, cash account, an asset decreases on the right of the T account and the salaries expenses account decrease in the written earnings. No? So, increases on the left or debit side. So, yung cash, kasi nagbayad ka nga, nabawasan siya kaya nasa credit side siya na 600. And then the salaries expense naman, sabi natin, pag expenses siya sa income statement, debit siya na increase. So, salaries expense, debit 600. Ibig sabihin, nadagdagan yung salaries. Okay. Recording changes in dividend. This is another example. No, sa dividend naman. Ano ang dividend? Dividend is deductions from your written earnings. to yung dividend that you distributed to your stockholders kasi kumita yung company. But if walang kita yung company, hindi ko pwedeng mag-claim ng dividends. Bawal yun. So, dividends decrease retained earnings. Binawasan mo yung kita mo kasi pinamigay mo na sa stockholders. No? Increases appear on the left side of the dividends account. No? Okay. And decreases on the right side. So, the firm records payment of 2,000 cash. So, tingnan nyo sa dividend, nag-debit siya ng 2,000. And then sa cash, since nagbayad kayo ng 2,000, syempre, bawas din sa cash ng 2,000. At saan yun? Sa credit side ng cash. So, at the end of the accounting period, accountant transfers balance sheet in the expense, revenue, and dividend accounts to the retained earning accounts. So, yun na yung pag-usapan natin this afternoon, yung adjusting entries, closing entries. No? So, determining the balance of an account. So, saan mo ma-determine yung balance ng account? Yun sa T account or sa ledger. Okay. Tsaka yung sabi ko, hindi maiwasan, minsan may error. An example of the error is this: sum of the debits exceeds the sum of the credits. So, bakit nangyari yun? Na di ba dapat isang transaction may debit and may credits? Okay. So, when the sum of the debits exceed the sum of the credits, the account has a debit balance. Okay, so cash account uses information. Ito yung, ito na. Bakit na may credit balance na siya? Kasi dun sa mga, yung video ko, may tutorial that is a 19-minute tutorial sa tax training. Hindi ko nalagyan doon na yung total. Sabi mo, saan galing yung total na ganito? Galing yun sa total debit and credit mo na tinotal mo na lahat ng account na yon. No? In this case, example natin is only cash. Magkano yung debit balance ng cash? 13,400. Why? Because it has a debit balance of 16,000. Ibig sabihin yan ang mga transactions na pumasok. And then meron siyang credit na 2,600. No? So ano na lang ang ending balance ng cash natin that we will show in our balance sheet. No? So, the balance is 13,400. Paano yan nangyari? We have a total debit sa cash na 16,000 and we have the total credit from our cash of 2,600. That's why cash has a debit balance of 13,400. Why debit balance siya? Kasi mas malaki yung sa debit niya kaysa sa credit. No? Kailan nangyayari yung mas malaki ang credit ng cash? Yun yung deficit, no? Deficit na ang tawag doon. Okay. Sum of the credits exceeds, halimbawa, sum of the debits. Kanina exceed kasi yung debit, no, sa credit. So, the account has a credit balance. So, in that case, the account has a credit balance. No? So, example, accounts payable, no, with total of 10,000 in debits and 13,000 in credits. The account has a credit balance of 3,000 as shown in the following. The account, no? So, sa accounts payable mo, meron kang 10,000 and then nag-credit ka ng 7,000 at saka 6,000 or 13,000, then yung credit balance mo na accounts payable is 3,000. So, pag gumawa ka na ng trial balance, gumawa ka na ng balance sheet accounts, yung accounts payable mo doon sa financial statement mo will show a balance of 3,000. Okay. So, normal balance. So, yung mga normal balance, yun yung debits increase, assets expense, no? Pag dividend account yan, ano yung normal niya na balance? The left side, no? So left side or the debit balance. And then because credits increase liability, capital stock, return earnings, and revenue accounts, they have credit or right side balances. No? So yun yung sa right side balances natin. Kaya nga sabi ko, tingnan ninyo yung um, balance sheet. No? Okay. So before we proceed further, let's have a 5 minutes break. No? Thank you. Tingnan mo dyan. Okay. Sige, let's continue. So, our next is the chart, no? Chart of accounts natin. Showing the normal balances of the accounts that we have used. Ano yung mga accounts na ginamit natin? We have the assets, no? So, debit siya, normal balance niya. Liabilities, normal balance niya is credit, no? For the stockholders' equity, the capital stocks, the normal balance is credit. Retained earnings, also credit. Dividend, debit. Why? Kasi expense siya. Expenses, also debit. And the revenues, credit. So, more or less, dito sa types ng accounts natin, ito yung mga accounts na nandyan sa balance sheet and also in the income statement. Ano yung sa balance sheet natin? Ito yung mga assets, liabilities, and stockholders' equity. While yung nasa income statement, ito yung revenues and then the expenses. No? Dividends are also expenses. But dividends, for tax purposes, has no effect. Why? Because dividends are direct deductions from the retained earnings. So for tax purposes, hindi yan ina-account. Hindi kasama. Rules of debit and credit. No, ito yung summary. So assets equals liabilities plus stockholders' equity. So debits equals credits. So yun yung ating equation. Dapat sa lahat ng transactions na ginawa natin, debit should be equal to credit. No? Para sa mga non-accountants at sa mga first-timers, sasakit talaga ulo nyo sa debit and credit pa lang. No? Okay. Kaya ang tingnan nyo na lang yung mga financial statements. Ako kasi, ang ginagawa ko, no, kahit sa libro pag nagbasa ako, pag umpisa pa lang hindi ko maintindihan, I always start at the back, yung sa end product niya. Pagkatapos, doon ako pababa. No? So, pag sa spectrum ka, doon ka muna sa maliit, papalaki. No? O kaya doon ka sa result muna bago yung process. Hindi ko siya maintindihan. Okay. So, arrangement of the two formulas, ito yung 3 rules ng debit and credits. Ito yung rules. Kasi once na nagka-classify na kayo ng account, pero para doon naman sa mga beginners, tandaan nyo na lang yung mga increases, yung mga accounts na nasa debit at saka nasa credit. So, tingnan nyo na lang yung balance sheet. Huwag na kayong sakit ng ulo. Although, ito yung rules on debits and credits. So, asset accounts increase sa debit and decrease sa credit. Yung liability naman, decrease pag nag-debit ka, nag-increase naman siya ng credit. Kasi yan ang makikita nyo doon sa ledger. No? Bakit ito nadagdagan? Bakit ito nababawasan? Ito ang rules. So, stockholders' equity, decrease in debits, increase in credits. Okay. So, debit and credit rules for dividends accounts and for revenue accounts follow logically. Kasi, yung sabi ko sa inyo na huwag nyo nang palitan, huwag nyo nang pagulin yung isip nyo. Why? Kasi ang sabi, pag revenue accounts, debit, credit ang increase niya. Pag expenses naman, debit. No? So, you follow ng rules. So, last 3 debit and credit rules. Decreases in revenue accounts, ito na yung sa income statement accounts, are debits. No? Nag-i-increase naman sila sa credits. Expenses accounts naman, nag-i-increase siya sa debit, nag-i-decrease siya sa credit. No? So, dividend accounts, ganun din. Increase in debits, nag-i-decrease sa credits. Ito na yung rules ng debit and credit. No? So, assets equals liabilities plus stockholders' equity. So, ano yung mga assets natin sa balance sheet? Yun yung una nakikita nyo sa balance sheet. And then, followed by the liabilities, followed by the stockholders' equity. So, asset accounts, debit plus credit minus. Sa liability accounts naman, na babawasan siya pag nag-debit ka, na dagdagan naman siya pag nag-credit. No? So, ibig sabihin, whatever entries na ginawa nyo, pumasok dyan sa debit, dagdag yan sa asset account nyo. Halimbawa, cash. Ano pa yung ibang mga asset accounts natin? We have cash, we have accounts receivable, we have inventories, we have prepaid expenses, we have other assets, property, plant, and equipments. Lahat yan, asset accounts yan. So, madadagdagan yan pag nag-debit ka, mababawasan pag nag-credit. Ano naman yung mga nasa liability accounts natin? Examples are the notes payable, accounts payable, SSS payable, withholding tax payable. Ano naman rules natin yan? Bawas yan pag nag-debit ka, dagdag naman pag nag-credit. No? So, yung tingnan ninyo yung ledger ninyo, kung nasaan yung left side, yan ang debit. Yung right side, yan ang credit. So, retained earnings, ganun din. Para siya ding liability accounts, no? So, increase siya pag credit and decrease pag debit. So, expense account and dividends account, debit siya, dagdag, and then credit, bawas. Revenue accounts, credit, dagdag, debit, bawas. Okay. So, yan na. May summary na tayo sa rules of debits and credits. Ha? Tandaan nyo na yan. And then, the accounting cycle. Ano ba yung accounting cycle? Oh? Okay. Accounting cycle is yung complete na transactions from cash to cash. Halimbawa, gumawa ka ng isang transactions. Umpisa mo ng cash, pinamili mo, kinolekta mo, tapos bumalik na siya sa cash, no? So, accounting cycle yan. Buo na accounting cycle. Okay. Ito yung 8 steps in the accounting cycle. Of course, yung una, you analyze the transactions by examining the source documents, no? Halimbawa, anong source documents ng sales, no? Sabi natin, official receipts, pag services, sales invoice, pag goods, no? So, analyze mo na yung transactions. Ano ba to? Purchases ba to? O sales? O expenses ba to? So that it is properly recorded and properly classified. And then yung una mo is journalize the transactions in the journal. Ano ba yung journal? Yung journal entries natin, no? Yung mga journal natin. Kahit walang journal. Okay. So, yung journal natin, yun ang pinaka-importante sa lahat because that is the book of original entry, no? Ang mga accounts, hindi yan makakarating doon sa T accounts or sa ledger account without passing through your journal. Ha? Kaya yung iba na kulang-kulang yung libro, kulang po talaga kayo, no? Pagdating na sa complete na business transaction during the tax audit, pwedeng hanapan kayo ng examiner. Why? Because when you start with your transactions, after analyzing the transactions, you have to journalize and put it in your journal. Eh, wala kayong journal o kaya wala kayong ledger. Paano nyo makuha ngayon yung balances ng accounts, no? So, you are going to journalize the transactions in the journal, no? I-post nyo yan sa journal entries in the accounts and then sa ledger, no? And then, after that, you have to prepare the trial balance. Why? Anong purpose ng trial balance natin? Summary of the accounts na yan or the transactions during the period. And then, to see to it na tama yung balance natin ng debits at saka credits. No? At then, after that, you prepare the financial statements. And what are the 4 financial statements? We have the balance sheet, income statement, cash flow, and then the statement of changes in equity. No? So, yun yung 4 na financial statements na yan required by the BIR. Pero yung management or depending on the industry might require for another statements, no? Another reports. Yung apat lang na yun yung nire-require ng BIR. Pero pagka naman kayo ay manufacturing companies, meron pa yung statement of goods manufactured and sold, no? Yung sa and then yung mga hindi statutory na requirements, yung mga segmented financial statements, kailangan natin yan, especially when we make transfer pricing analysis, which is also required. So journalize and post adjusting entries. Yan, mamaya we'll discuss the adjusting entries. And then journalize and post closing entries. How will you close the accounts? And then prepare a post-closing trial balance. Kasi after the end of the period, may mga account ka dyan na i-close, the income statement accounts. Pero yung mga balance sheet accounts, that will be carried over to the next accounting period. No? Kasi ang income statement expenses, ang measurement niyan is 1 year taxable period, 1 year. Pero yung balance sheet, ongoing yan, dire-diretso yan, hindi yan kino-close. No? Okay. Sige. So, journal. Paano tayo nagdo-journalize? No? It is a chronological arrangement. Ano yung chronological? Arrange in order of time. Kaya nga, pag gumawa kayo ng journal, start ka talaga doon sa date. Date. And then yung dates mo is chronological, sunod-sunod. Hindi pwede yung January 1, sunod na dyan is January 30. No? Dapat sunod-sunod yung paggawa natin ng transactions. That's why meron tayo. Alam mo yung rules na lang ng basic na recording. Nagtataka ako, may iba pa na magtatanong, Ma'am, ngayon lang kami nagpagawa ng resibo. Pwede ba na i-issue namin yon nung transaction namin na May to July kasi naubusan kami ng resibo? Dito pa lang sa basic bookkeeping requirements, violations na yan. No? Kasi ang dapat, bago ka maubusan ng resibo, paggawa ka na. Bakit naubusan ka ng pagkatagal-tagal? No? So that should be penalized. Kaya, yung trabaho natin is common sense, And the best ingredients daw for success is common sense. Journal entry shows all effects of business transaction in debits and credits. Kaya nga, pagka nag-journalize tayo, debit cash, credit capital, yun. And then meron tayong explanation. Okay. So lahat na ng transaction na nandyan sa journal, makakarating yan sa ledger. Otherwise, may nawawala kang transactions, no? That's why I had been invited as an expert witness, no, doon sa isang case. Na the only evidence in court is the entry sa ledger, no? And you can just imagine it is a purchase of a condominium. Tapos ang only proof mo is the debit ng ledger account na niwala ang journal. So, documentation requirements pa lang for purchase of a real property, hindi na siya obra. I don't know how it was decided ng court. Pero sabi ko dun sa lawyer who hired me as an expert witness, sabi ko, i-submit mo na for decision yung case. Why? Because the judge is a CPA lawyer. Sabi ko, since CPA lawyer yan siya, naiintindihan niya yung rules ng debit and credit at saka yung mga chronological requirement in the recording of transactions, no? Hindi sila obra. Why? Wala nga silang journal, diretso lang ledger because they're related parties. Bawal yun. No? And then binasa ko yung rules, no, sa harap ng judge. Sabi ko, this is the rules on bookkeeping. Nag-object yung lawyer, no, sa kabila. Sinustain naman ako ng judge. Go on. Oh. So, hindi bawal magbasa ng rules, especially kung batas yan. Why? Kasi sa batas hindi ka pwedeng magpalit ng isang word yan. No? Kaya pwedeng basahin. So, the general journal, ito po ang example ng journal, ha? So, this is exactly kung ano yung nasa hitsura nung sa manual natin na journal, ganyan. No? So, yung unang transaction natin, debit cash, na 50,000 and then capital stocks 50,000, no? So stockholders invested 50,000 cash in the business. Yan ang example. So Yan yung pag mag-journalize. Meron kang debit, no? Bakit debit siya? Ito yung unang entry, debit, and then yung credit. Para malaman mo na ang entry is debit and credit, ang credit naka-indent siya ng konti, no? Para hindi sila nakalinya, no? So, debit cash, 50,000 and credit capital stocks, 50,000. So, yun po yung original entry. Ibig sabihin, yun ang pinakaunang record dun sa transactions mo. Oh, mayroon siyang date column. No? Asan yung date column niya? Ayan. No? Sa standard naman to eh. Kaya nga sabi ko sa standard, wag na kayong magpalit. Basta standard, you just accept it. No? So, nakalagay na yung date. And then, the account titles, and then the explanation column. No? And then, you can post also reference column. Ano yung reference column? Itong 100, itong 300, this is the account code or title number. Yung iba nakalagay dyan naman yung saan siya galing. No? So, posting reference. And then, we have the debit column and the credit column. No? So, paano yung steps natin sa accounting? Yung una, analyze the transactions. No? After that, yung processing na, kaya ito yung accounting software natin eh. Ganito siya gumagana. So, yung input mo is the transactions. And then, doon na sa processing, you journalize and then post to journal and then prepare the trial balance, no? And then yung output niya is the preparation of the financial statements. And then sa processing nandiyan pa rin yung preparing the closing trial balance, journalize and post adjusting entries and post closing journal entries. Nandiyan yan sa processing. So ang result niya is the financial statements. So this is how the accounting computerized accounting system works. Pero pag manual, gagawin lahat to ng tao. No? But if you have an accounting software, mabilis lang. That's why ngayon, because of the adaptations natin sa artificial intelligence, no? Papadali yung trabaho ng accountants. Hindi kagaya noon na yung piso lang na hindi mo babalansin yung debit credits mo, isang linggo mong hahanapin. Ngayon hindi na. The machine will do it for you. No? So, function and advantages of using a journal. Okay. The journal records, basahin nyo na lang yan. No? That is for your consumption. And then next is the ledger. No? So, ledger is the collection ng lahat ng accounts. So, lahat ng accounts nandyan sa ledger, ha? Wag na may nakakalimutan kayong accounts dyan. The ledger may be in loose leaf form, in a bound volume, or in computer memory. No? Pwedeng computerized accounting systems. But computerized accounting system is mandatory for large taxpayers. For those who are non-large taxpayers, pwede silang gumamit ng loose leaf, pwedeng manual, pwede rin computerized. Ang mandatory lang for the large taxpayers to maintain a computerized books of accounts. Okay. So, two groups of accounts, the balance sheet accounts and the income statement accounts. Okay. So, yung real accounts and permanent accounts refers to balance sheet accounts. No? So, yan ang real accounts or permanent accounts. Bakit tinawag ang balance sheet na real accounts or permanent accounts? Because hindi sila kino-close, no? Na at the end of the year, is zero out mo sila? No. Ang balance sheet accounts shall be carried over to the following taxable year. Pero ang income statement accounts, kino-close siya. Why? Kasi yung sales niya during the year, hindi naman pwedeng gawin mo yan na sales for the following year, no? So, doon lang talaga siya for that particular period. Samantalang yung balance sheet accounts, halimbawa, cash, o may sobra ang cash ng 100,000, you can carry that over kasi yung cash na yan, nandyan talaga yan sa balance sheet. Okay. So, balance sheet accounts are real accounts. They are not subclassification or subdivision of any other account, no? So, permanent accounts, balances are not transferred or closed So, permanent account, hindi yan kino-close. Ang income statement accounts naman and the dividends are nominal accounts or temporary accounts. Okay. So, nominal accounts are temporary accounts, no? Kasi temporary contain revenue, expense, and dividend, no? So, naku-close sila at the end of the period. So, chart of accounts is a complete listing of the titles and numbers of all the accounts in the ledger. Kaya nga, ang accounts na gagamitin mo in your business, dapat nandyan na yan lahat sa chart of accounts mo, no? So, the chart of accounts can be compared to a table of contents, no? The group of accounts usually appear in the assets, liabilities, stockholders' equity, dividends, revenues, and expenses. Also, yan po yung chart of accounts natin. Okay. So, individual accounts are in sequence in the ledger. No? Kasi, parang hindi nga maligaw, tingnan nyo na lang yung balance sheet. So, company might number assets accounts 100 to 199. Yan ang assets account niya. Yun yung code na sinasabi ko, reference number kanina. Pwede rin na yung liability accounts 200 to 299, stockholders equity, dividend accounts 300 to 399, revenue accounts 400 to 499. Kaya nga yung nagsiset up ng accounting system nyo, trabaho niya ito. No? But if you are using a computerized books of accounts, may mga code na yan sila, may mga accounts na sila. Na pakarami nga lang because sometimes since very general yung pagka-create nila ng software na accounting software, nandun na lahat ng accounts even if it is not applicable in your industry. No? So, companies may use other numbering systems. No? Okay. Accounting process operation. So, sa example natin, ABC Company is a small corporation. Anong pinoprovide niya? On-site microcomputer software training using client's equipment. Okay. So, ledger accounts by ABC Company, ito yung ledger accounts niya. Meron siyang cash, no? Anong description? Description of your accounts are very, very important, especially when you prepare now your financial statements, that the financial statements that you prepare should contain disclosure or notes to financial statement. So, saan yan siya manggagaling dito sa description nyo? At ano yung notes to financial statements? These are explanations of your accounts. Kaya hindi yan nagtatapos na kunin mo lang yung title. Dapat alam mo rin yung explanations ng account na yan. Okay? So, yan yung nandyan sa description. No? Example are cash. Kasama na dyan yung bank deposits and cash on hand. For accounts receivable, these are the amounts owned to the company by customers. No? So, yung accounts receivable niya coming from customers. Supplies on hand, prepaid insurance, prepaid rent, and then trucks. Okay. So, yan yung mga example ng account number and then account title. Okay. So, recording of transactions and their effects on the account. Kailangan mo mag-journalize. No? Very important yung journalizing. But, yung general journal, if you have a cash receipts and cash disbursements, they are also considered journal, no? Special journal. Kaya hindi na kailangan mag-general journal ka kung meron kang cash receipts and cash disbursement. Usually, yung general journal are used only kung nag-adjust ka ng mga accounts. No? Okay. So, ito yung example natin. So, anong ginawa ng ABC Company? Pinost niya sa general, sa journal, no? So, debit cash, credit capital stocks, and the explanations. And then, pinost niya sa general ledger. So, how does the general ledger posting? Nag-debit siya ng cash, no? Sa general ledger. Diyan yung account ng cash. So, debit siya November 28. And then, meron siyang credit na capital stocks, no? So, dalawa yung T-account niya dito. Isang for the T-account ng cash and then isang T-account ng capital stocks. No? Okay. So this is now the example, no? So ABC company balance sheet as of November 30, 2020. So yung assets niya are only cash, no? Sa kasi nag-umpisa pa lang. So cash is 50,000, which is the investment sa shares of stocks. And then liabilities account, isa na pa lang din kasi capital stocks pa lang, wala pa sila business transactions. No? So in this example, makikita nyo assets equals liabilities and stockholders equity, which is our basis for the debit and the credit, and which is our accounting equations. Okay. And then we have the transaction number 2. Ano yun? Paid cash for 4 small trucks, no? 40,000. Bumili siya ng trucks. No? Siguro laruan lang to, tag 10,000. General journal. Debit cash, no? Yung reference niya is 150. 40,000 and then credit cash. The reference is 100. And then credit ng 40,000 na amount, no? So, ang explanation niya sa journal is to record the purchase of 4 trucks. And then, pagdating sa ledger, since truck is an asset, nag-increase siya sa debit side, 40,000. No? And then, anong nangyari sa cash? Kasi binawasan mo yung cash. Ang sabi natin, pagka-asset account, debit increase, credit decrease. Since nabawasan yung cash mo kasi binili mo ng truck, 40,000, so yung cash account mo in the ledger, meron na siyang credit na 40,000, which is bawas sa 50,000 na cash mo. Okay. So, effects of the transactions, one asset trucks increases, debited, and another asset cash decreased or credited by 40,000. Next, 2,400 for insurance of the trucks, no? For 1 year period. So, prepaid insurance, 2,400, and then credit cash, no? Expense to. Pero ito yung account na may adjustment. Why? Kasi ang binayaran niya dito, good for 1 year na to. Okay. So, for the general ledger, we have the debit, 2,400 on prepaid insurance, and then cash, credit, kasi binayaran mo ng cash, nabawasan yung cash, 2,400. So, effects ng transactions. Yung prepaid insurance mo, nag-increase by 2,400. Okay. The debit is to prepaid insurance rather than insurance expense because the policy covers more than the current accounting period. Next is the rental, no, ng building, 1,200. So, debit, prepaid rent, 1,200, and then credit cash, 1,200. No? Okay. So, how are you going to post that in the general ledger for the prepaid rent? Debit, 1,200. Expense kasi siya, no? And then credit cash, 40,000, 2,400, and 1,200 for the insurance, for the prepaid rent. No? And remember also na yung rent natin, may requirement din yan of 5% withholding. No? So if you are the one paying the rent, magwi-withhold ka talaga ng 5% on rental. So an asset prepaid rent increases debited and another asset cash, no? So decreases. So credited by 1,200. Prepaid rent din ang account because the payment covers more than the current month. Okay. Next, transaction number 5, purchase 1,400 of training supplies on account. Okay, so debit, supplies on hand, credit, accounts payable. So general ledger, supplies on hand, increased by 1,400, and then cash decreased by 1,400. Lapit na tayo sa 12 o'clock, no? So, 3 preceding entries, no? So, we debited an assets. The expenditure applies to more than just the current accounting period. Kaya nga, tinatawag siya na prepaid, no? Okay. So, companies sometimes buy items that they fully use up within the current accounting period. So, in that case, expense mo lahat yan. Okay. Transaction 6. Debit cash, 4,500. Credit unearned services, 4,500. So, record receipt of cash from customer in payment of future training services. Pagdating na sa sa T account, the same rule will apply, no, yung increase and decrease. So, what is the effect of the transaction? The cash increases. Okay. Okay. Next transaction natin, we have the training services for customer, cash of 5,000. So, debit cash, credit service revenue. What happens sa ledger? Yung cash mo, debit ng 5,000 and then yung iba, no credit. Kaya at the end of the period, total mo lahat yung total debit ng cash at saka minus mo yung total credit ng cash. So, yung service revenue nyo, wala pang ibang entries, no, only the 5,000 credit. Transaction number 8, general journal, 1,400 account payable resulting from the transaction of December 4. So, nakabigay na tayo ng example on the general journal. Okay. On the general ledger. So, iba-ibang account na yan, iba-ibang expenses. So, know the rules. So, what is the effect of the transactions? Advertising expense increases, so debited. Liability account payable increases, so credited also by 50. Okay. So, another is 500 on accounts receivable from a customer. So, debit cash, credit accounts receivable. These are only examples. Napakita lang dito sa inyo how to do the journal and the T accounts or the ledger. Because after this, isa-summarize itong lahat ng mga entries gagawa ng trial balance, no? So, these are the general journal and the general ledger. And this is very important for those who are beginners, no? So that may guide kayo. Kasi ginawa nila ng ledger per account. Dividends. No? Okay, so cross-indexing or referencing. Anong gagawin ng accountants? Trace the origin of the transactions. No? Sa BAR, once you record your books of accounts, yung source documents mo on OR and official receipts are very important. Okay. So you have to understand the posting and the cross-indexing, no? In the way, sa hapon naman, we will discuss about the closing entries. Nandoon na yung mga adjustment sa account. Okay. This is the journal after posting. So, sunod-sunod yan ha. Yung cash, credit, capital stocks. And then the tracks, credit cash. And then the prepaid insurance, credit cash. And then we have the prepaid rent, 1,200. Supplies on hand, 1,400. Unearned service fees. Bakit unearned? Kasi nag-advance pa lang yung customer, hindi pa na-provide yung services. Okay. Next, December 15, meron siyang debit cash na 5,000 credit service revenue na 5,000. Accounts payable, debit, 1,400 and then credit cash, 1,400. So, yan, na-journalize na po lahat yan. And then, yung next ninyo after journalization is the posting sa ledger. No? So, may mga compound journal entries, we'll discuss that. So, ito yung general ledger. No? So, nandiyan na lahat yung debit, credit, and then the balances. And then we have the explanations. No? Ito na yung books ng ledger, how the ledger looks like. No? Kaya nga may mga explanation siya. Then may debit, and then the credit. No? Okay. So, ito yung mga examples ng mga expenses, no? Supplies, suppliers, advertising, gas and oil. Excuse me. Yan ang mga expenses. And then, after that, you have to prepare the trial balance. And how are you going to prepare the trial balance? Yung sabi na natin, kunin nyo lahat ng balances doon sa ledger, no? Dadalhin nyo ngayon sa trial balance. Kung ang balance doon sa ledger is debit or credit, no? Depending on whether it is an assets or a liability account, then you have to follow those account title. If, halimbawa, yung cash mo is deficit ng 8,250, no? So, hindi siya sa debits. Okay. Okay. So, ito mga compound journal entries at saka ano mamaya natin to i-discuss. Because after sa ano natin, itong compound entries, adjusting entries, and closing entries, we will be discussing this afternoon, no, at 2 to 4. After that, meron tayong tomorrow naman yung preparation ng financial statements. And then in the afternoon, yung computerized accounting system at saka yung mga e-sales reporting, which are very, very important right now. Ang dami po na pe-penalty dyan, no? Kaya nga, mayroon mga compilation ngayon, lahat ng withholding regulations, RMOs, RMCs, lahat ng VAT, pati yung sa cash register machine, pinakompile ko na rin so that we can cascade it to you through this tax training for better tax compliance para you are knowledgeable and alam nyo kung ano itong mga kailangan ngayon. And be very careful because your books of accounts, yun po talaga yung target during the tax audit. That's why, if you have a good bookkeeping, then yun yung masasabi natin na that is the tool for tax compliance. Because even if kumpleto ka sa filing, wala ka namang books of accounts, hirapan ka pa rin pagdating po sa audit. No? Okay, so let's have our break. And then, we will be back at 2 o'clock. No? So, yung attendance sheet po ninyo, we are very particular. You sign in, no, in the morning, and then you sign in also in the afternoon, and then you sign out. Ha? Lahat ng mga umattend, may sign in, sign out kayo in the morning and also in the afternoon. That is our way of gauging if we will give you your e-certificate. No? And sorry na lang po for those who cannot comply with, hindi po kami magbibigay ng certificate of attendance. No? So thank you very much and see you mamaya.
the check, low, low,
Screening mo na kasi pag may tumawag, sabihin mo na sa word in
the check, low, like this. This one, two.
Sige. Okay, so good afternoon everyone and welcome to another second topic po natin on our free webinar for bookkeepers. So, our topics this afternoon, compound entries, adjusting entries, and closing entries. No, this morning we discussed to you the debit and credit, the chart of accounts. So this afternoon, ito na yung yung finishing touches na recording natin, no? So we have the compound entries, how do we adjust the entries, and of course the closing entries, no? So what are the compound journal entries? When we say kasi na compound na journal entries, we have more than one debits or more than one credits or both, no? So some business transactions affect more than two accounts. Yung isang business transactions lang, mahigit dalawang accounts yung affected nila. So, these are the examples ng compound entries, no? So, example, ABC purchased office equipment worth 8,000. So, yung binayad niya is only 2,000 na cash. And then yung balance, utang, no? 3 equal monthly installments. So, our journal entries, no, doon sa books natin will be debit office equipment, no? So, pag sinabi mong office equipment is an asset. So, nadagdagan yung asset natin ng 8,000, no? And then, nagbayad tayo ng cash, so nabawasan naman yung cash natin ng 2,000. And then, nadagdagan yung ating accounts payable, may utang tayo na 6,000 kasi babayaran pa natin yan in 3 equal monthly installments. So, what is our compound journal entry? The office equipment na debit, and then meron tayong dalawang credit. Why dalawang credit? Because hindi lahat binayaran ang cash yung isang transaction na yan. Partly in cash and partly in monthly installment, which is still payable, no? Kaya siya tinatawag na compound journal entries. Okay. Another example for this compound entries, VAT purchases with expanded withholding. Ano yung mga VAT purchases natin? Ito yung you are a VAT registered taxpayers and then you purchase from another VAT registered taxpayer. So, pwede kang mag-recognize doon ng input tax. No? So, input tax is the advance payment of VAT that you made when you pay for the payment of your purchases from a VAT registered taxpayer. Entitled ka doon ng 12% din doon sa binayad mo, no? Excuse me. Which this input tax, you can claim it as a deductions on your VAT payable or your output tax. Okay, so in this example, we have ABC company purchase merchandise worth 500,000. So, mayroon siya binili na 500,000. ABC is a VAT registered taxpayer and a top withholding agent, no? So, to record the transactions, ito pag sinabing purchase, hindi sinabi dito na nangutang siya. So, since nag-purchase siya, ang default natin is cash, no? So, anong debit natin? Purchase or merchandise, no? 446,428.57. And we have input tax, 53,571.43. Paano natin kinuha yung ganitong computations when in fact, the information in the problem is only 500,000. Okay. If you are a VAT registered taxpayer and then nagbenta ka ng goods or nag-purchase ka ng services, inherent in your transactions is the input or output na nakapaloob dyan sa binili mo. No? So, ang composition or components ng 500,000 purchases of a VAT registered person, nandyan na yung 12% na input tax, no? Since nakapaloob doon yung 12% na input tax, pag-record mo yan, ihiwalay mo yung VAT, ihiwalay mo yung hindi sa VAT, no? So, tatanggalin mo ngayon yung 12%. So, paano mo tanggalin yung 12% dyan sa 500,000 na yan? So, anong gagawin mo? 500,000 divided by 1.12%, no? So, you will get now the 88%. And then, i-deduct mo yan doon sa 500,000, then you will have the input tax. So, when you divide 500,000 by 1 over 12%, bakit 1 over 12%? 112% pala. Doon mo siya i-divide. Bakit 112%? Because the amount intended for VAT is 12%. Why? Because the tax rate for VAT is 12%. So, kasama dyan sa 500,000. So, when you divide 500,000 by 112%, you get 446,428.57. And the difference between 500,000 and 446%, which is the net of VAT na amount, is 53,571.43, which is the amount intended for VAT. No? So, ganyan po, kinukuha yung, parang ini-split mo yung VAT doon sa whole amount na binayad ng company. So, debit purchases, 446,000. Input tax, 53,571.43. Ano naman yung credit mo? Since binili mo yan ng cash, dapat ang credit mo dyan is cash 500,000. But, since required din, and it is mandatory for large taxpayer at saka top 20,000 withholding agents to deduct, no? At saka ngayon, yung TAMP kasama na, yung TAMP, yung Tax Account Management Program, yung mga malalaking taxpayers sa district, required na rin sila to withhold from their purchases. So, anong gagawin dito? Magwi-withhold ka ngayon ng 1% on your purchases of 500,000, no? So, anong entry? Debit credit cash, 495,000, and expanded withholding tax na 5,000. In short, ang ibabayad mo doon sa supplier mo ng binili mo worth 500,000 is only 495,000. No? Why? Because ang 5,000, i-remit mo yan sa BIR, and then you give only a certificate of creditable withholding tax, which is BIR 2307, ang ibigay mo sa supplier, no? hindi mo ibibigay sa kanya yung whole amount of 500,000, only 495,000 because mandatory for you to withhold the 5,000, no? Ano yung 5,000 na yan? That represents 1% of the purchases worth 500,000. So, 1% of 500,000 is 5%. No? So, you remit that to the buyer and give. Kaya ang ibibigay mo sa supplier mo, 495,000 na cash plus the 1% na certificate, no, ng expanded withholding tax or 2307. So, ibigay mo sa kanya 495,000 and 5,000 na certificate. Sa part naman ng bumili or ng purchaser or in the part of ABC company, ano naman yung panginabang niya doon sa purchases na yan, meron pa siyang asset dyan na input tax na 53,000, no? And that can be applied to his tax liability na value-added tax. Okay? Kasi ang purchases na may VAT carries with it advance payment of taxes na 12% because kasama doon sa binayaran mo yung input tax which you can claim as payment for your VAT liabilities. Kaya asset pa siya sa record. No? So that is a very, very important na example, lalo na sa mga VAT registered taxpayers natin, yung compound entries involving purchases ng value-added taxpayers. And then we also have VAT on sale to government. Okay. Itong entries na to, beginning January 2021 to, because previously, the 5% expanded withholding tax on VAT ng government money payments is final tax. Ngayon lang to ginawa na withholding tax na expanded, no? So example on VAT on sales to government, no? So ABC company sold merchandise to government worth 750,000. Okay, so the journal entries will be debit cash 705,000. Bakit 705,000 na lang yung cash? Because there is a 5% expanded withholding tax which is 37,500 and another expanded withholding tax applicable to income of 1% which is 7,500,000. So, itong 5% na expanded withholding tax, this is creditable to the VAT liability of the taxpayer. No? So, what is our credit? Credit sales, 669,642.86. Doon sa 750,000, yung sales niya talaga doon is 669 lang. Why? Because the output tax, which is also a component of the receipt issued worth 750,000, ang kasama doon sa 750,000 is the output tax of 80,357.14. Paano naman kinukuha yon? Same formula, no? Yung 750,000 divided by 112%, no? That will give you 669,642. And then yung difference between 750 and 669 is 80,357.14. Pahiram nga ng ano, pakiabot muna ng calculator. Thank you. No? So 750,000 divided by 112. So 6. Tama. 669,642. No? And then you deduct 750,000, 669,642.86. How much is the difference? 80,357.14. So yun yung 12% that pertains to the output tax. Ano yung output tax? Yan yung 12% VAT payable by a VAT registered taxpayer the moment it makes sales. Okay? So, intindihan po natin yung journal entries. So, actually, there are so many example pa ng compound journal entries. No? At least, binigyan ko kayo ng ideas. Our next topic is about adjusting entries. No? Ano itong mga adjusting entries na to? Ito yung, pag hindi mo ginawa yung adjusting entries, this will make your financial statement misrepresented. Why misrepresented? Because the accounts that you show in your balance sheet, income statement, are not the exact or the correct amounts. Why? Kasi there should be adjusting entries in order to make the entries correct. No? So, adjustment for financial reporting. Okay. Kailan nagkakaroon ng adjustment? No? Why should we have adjustment? Because there are instances created by the accrual basis of accounting. Dalawa yung accounting basis natin, no? Isang accrual, isang cash basis. So, cash basis versus accrual basis of accounting, it creates some scenario wherein kailangan mo mag-adjust, no? Okay. Kasi kung cash basis ka, wala ka nang masyadong adjustment. Why? Because you recognize everything, expenses or income at the moment mayroong transactions. Hindi mo sila, or may payment ng cash. Hindi mo sila recognize even if there are transactions but there are no payment of in cash, in the form of cash, hindi nire-recognize. No? Yan ang cash basis. So, cash basis accounting recognizes revenues when cash is received and recognizes expenses when cash is paid. Pagka walang binayaran, walang na-receive, hindi nire-recognize ang cash. But it's difference kung it's different ang treatment if accrual basis, no? Kasi yung accrual basis naman, kahit hindi pa nabayaran, no? Pero tapos na yung transactions, nire-recognize na as kung ano man yung transactions na yan. So for the cash basis, revenues are recognized as cash is received, while the accrual basis, revenues are recognized when earned. Ibig sabihin na earned na, nandyan na talaga, or goods are delivered, or services are performed. No? So doon lang siya re-recognize. Pero kahit may payment of cash na siya, no, yung revenues, pag hindi pa siya dapat i-recognize, no? Sa accrual basis, nire-recognize na siya, but for cash basis, hindi. Expenses are recognized as cash is paid, that is under the cash basis. Pagka-accrual naman, as incurred to produce revenues. No? So, i-recognize mo lang siya if it is already incurred and the purpose is to produce revenues or to generate income. So, under the cash basis, the company would treat expenses incurred in 2020 for which the company disbursed in 2021 as 2021 expenses. O yan ang pagkakaiba. O, meron kang halimbawa expenses hindi mo nabayaran. Nabayaran mo lang siya yung 2020 expenses in 2021. So, sa cash basis, anong gagawin mo? You recognize the expenses only upon paid. So, kahit na expenses siya ng 2020, binayaran lang siya ng 2021. So, it is classified here as 2021 expenses. No? Sa modified cash basis, the purchase of long-lived assets would be debited to an assets and depreciated over its useful life. Yung sa modified cash basis. Why? Kasi entitled naman sila na mag-recognize, no? Ng assets. At saka yung depreciated, no? Gradually charged to expense over the useful life. Okay. So, cash basis company would treat expenses incurred in 2020, pero na-dispar siya ng 2021, classify na siya kaagad as expenses ng 2021. Pero sa accrual, kung saan siya na-incur 2020, recognize na talaga siya doon. No? At yun lang yung acceptable natin na the cash basis in accounting is not acceptable for BIR purposes. Modified cost basis is used by few individuals or small businesses that use the cost basis. But sabi dito, the cost basis accounting does not match expenses incurred and revenues earned. It is generally considered theoretically unacceptable. Yan ang sa cost basis. Kaya hindi siya pinapayagan ng BAR that you use the cost basis. Acceptable only in practice under circumstances when it approximates the result that a company could obtain under the accrual basis of accounting. Okay, so yung mga naggagamit ng cost basis, hindi na sila kailangan mag-prepare ng adjusting entries. Why? Because they have nothing to adjust. No? So under circumstances, company may use cost basis for income tax purposes. Depende yan sa line of industry. Accrual basis of accounting recognize revenues when sales are made or services are performed regardless of when cash is received. No? So yun naman yung accrual basis. No? Sales are made or services are performed regardless of when cash is received. So kahit na bayad na yan kung yung revenues niya pertains to some other period, di pa rin siya recognize. So we have expenses recognized as incurred. Yan ang sa accrual basis. Whether or not cash has been paid out. So assume company performs services for a customer on account. So nangutang no yung customer. The company has received no cash. The revenue is recorded at the time the company performs the service. No? Kaya yung ibang mga company, online na. No? So later the company receives the cash, no revenue is recorded because the company has already recorded the revenue. So sa accrual basis naman, adjusting entries are needed to bring the accounts up to date for unrecorded economic activity that has been taken place. So yun naman yung accrual. Kahit hindi pa siya na render, basta't nagbayad na, you have to recognize it already. Okay. So, bakit kailangan pa natin ng adjusting entries? Hindi na lang yung mga regular or mga entries na simple lang, no? So, why is there a need for adjusting entries? So, the income statement of business reports all revenues earned and all expenses incurred to generate those revenues during a given period. Okay. So, ito yung mga business reports, no? Incurred na to, earned na. So, dapat i-recognize na siya as revenues. So, income statement does not report all revenues and expenses is incomplete, inaccurate, and possibly misleading. Yan yung importance ng income statement. So similarly, a balance sheet does not report all of an entity's assets, liabilities, and stockholders' equity at a specific time may be misleading. Okay. Ano yung dual purpose ng adjusting entries? We have number 1, to make the income statement report the proper revenue or expenses. So yun yung entry. Dapat yung income statement report mo should report properly the revenue and the expenses. Ano yung mga revenue or the expenses? Yung income or yung kita at saka yung mga gastos that pertains to those revenues. And we have to make the balance sheet report the proper asset or liability. That's why pag wala kayong mga ledger, saan kayo kukuha ng um, account or yung mga total na ipopost nyo ngayon sa inyong VAT return. So, napaka-importante po talaga yung T accounts natin, no? Kasi doon nanggagaling yung ating mga balances. Since those interested in the activities of a business need timely information, so company must prepare the financial statement periodically. Ano yung periodically? Depende na yun sa need ng company because the BIR requires only once a year, no annual. Okay. So how to prepare those statements? The accountant divides an entity's life into time periods. No? So ano yung mga time periods dito? Equal in length and are called accounting periods. No? Kasi iba yung taxable period, iba yung accounting period. So accounting period may be 1 month, 1 quarter, or 1 year. So, depende. So, kung yung time periods daw are equal in length and are called accounting periods. Accounting period may be 1 month, 1 quarter, or 1 year. So ano yung kailan nagwa 1 month yung accounting period natin? Usually 1 month daw or quarter or 1 year. So yung pinaka-nearest na lang dito is 1 month, no? So 1 month, so the end of the month. An accounting year or fiscal year is an accounting period of 1 year. A fiscal year is any 12 consecutive months. Yan, kasi ang one taxable year natin is 12 consecutive months. Fiscal year may or may not coincide with the calendar year which ends on December 31. Iba po ang fiscal year, iba yung calendar year. So how do you differentiate? Calendar year starts with January, ends in December, and that is a 12-month period, one taxable period yan. Ano naman yung fiscal year? Ito yung fiscal year whose year to complete the accounting cycle of 12 months, it starts with the month other than January. No? So if you start with the month of February, yung ending mo doon is January. No? If you start your fiscal year in March, then it will end February. No? So, yan po yung isang accounting year o isang fiscal year. Okay. Ito yung pagkakaiba ng calendar year. Okay. Ito yung mga company surveyed for fiscal years that coincide with the calendar year. So, sometimes, ano yung mga example ng companies, no? Ito yung retail stores, meron silang fiscal year ng January 31 to avoid closing their books during the peak sales period. Bakit? Kaya nag-ending sila ng January 31 so that January na sila gagawa ng kanilang mga reports. No? Pag ginawa nila na halimbawa other months, mahihirapan sila. No? Kasi yung pagka-closing ng books of accounts, it's sometimes very voluminous to the accountants. Other companies select a fiscal year ending at a time when inventories and business activity are lowest. So yan yung fiscal year. Yung sa schools, ano dapat ang fiscal year ng school? Yung dapat beginning of the school year. So if your school year starts with June, no? So, dapat mag-start siya ng June, mag-end siya ng May. Okay, so ito yung total ng mga companies, no? So, January, February, March, no? Hanggang November yan. So, meron siyang subtotal and then December, no? And this is for 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017. So, 4 years. Okay. So, kailan, yung iba, kasi lahat yan pinag-aralan, no? So, kailan dapat sila mag-umpisa or mag-e-ending because at ending, napakaraming trabaho. So, hindi isabay sa peak season, no? In this example, noong 2020, so, kailan siya dapat yan? Sa April, no? Kasi yung April 8 lang. 2019, 8. 2018, 7. 2017, 7. So, yun na yung pinaka... pero hindi, meron pa eh. For the month of December, mataas lang. 365, 362, 360, 361. Okay. Ano pa yung pinakamababa? November, no? So, pwede ka rin sa November. Kasi 17% lang sa 2020, 17% sa 2019, 70% sa 2018, no? And then yung 2017 lang yung 18. So, constant siya for 17%. Okay. So, let's now go to the periodic reporting. And the matching principle necessitate the preparation of adjusting entries. Dito na tayo sa adjusting entries. Kailan ba yan siya, kailan ba tayo dapat mag-adjust at bakit siya tinawag na adjusting entries? So, adjusting entries are journal entries, no, made at the end of the accounting period or at any time financial statements are to be prepared to bring about a proper matching of revenue and expenses. So, we have to adjust. Bakit natin dapat i-adjust? To bring about a proper matching of revenue and expenses. The matching principle requires that expenses incurred in producing revenues be deducted from the revenues then generated during the accounting period. Yun yung matching principle, no? So, kung ano yung, halimbawa, naka-generate ka ng sales, dapat yung expenses that you have to claim should also be matched doon sa revenue. So, kung ano lang yung expenses na related to the revenue, yun lang dapat na magkakaroon din kayo ng i-recognize nyo, no? Kasi nga, matching principles eh. Example, halimbawa, meron kang mga income that you reported for the month of January. Yung mga expenses mo lang related for the month of January, yun lang yung pwede mong i-claim. Halimbawa, meron kang expenses na binayad mo na for the whole year. Hindi mo pwedeng i-claim lahat yun sa month ng January. Dapat, if the expenses is for the whole year, you divide it by 12. And then for the month of January, ito lang yung pwede mong i-claim as an expenses, no? Kaya nga, alam nyo, pagdating sa audit sa BIR, yan ang pinakamaraming deficiency na madidiscover ng examiner. Why? Ito yung matching principle. Kasi, hindi na nagmamatch yung expenses. Sometimes overclaim yung mga expenses. Hindi na expenses ng period, kiniklaim pa. No? So, dapat alerto dito ang accountants or ang bookkeepers not to claim the expenses which is not, which do not belong to the period. Okay. So matching principle is one of the underlying principles of accounting. Di ba? Ilan ba yung principles ng accounting? Marami yun. Isa doon ang matching principle. No? So, matching of expenses and revenue is necessary for the income statement. Why? Because if your income statement, your revenue does not, your expenses does not match your revenue, disallow yan. At ano pa, to present the accurate picture of profitability of a business. Kasi, kaya siya losing eh. No? Yun yung marami kong findings, especially din in transfer pricing. Yun ang marami kong findings. Why? Kasi, yung profitability, declare loss, no? So, may isang company doon, 16 years, nag-declare sila ng loss, pero yung mga previous operation nila, puro gain, no? Puro malaki yung binabayad ng tax. And then, nag-claim sila ng depreciation ng goodwill, napakalaki. Kasi yung ginawa nila, recognize sila ng goodwill, restructure sila ng company, no? And then, they recognize so much goodwill. Nung naka-accumulate na siya ng goodwill for how many times sila nag-restructure, kinlaim nila yun, dinepreciate nila. That's why for 16 years, puro sila net loss. But, sad to say, during the tax audit, it was all disallowed because goodwill is not to be depreciated. So, anong ginawa? Deficiency. You have to pay now your tax na hindi nabayaran. No? So, yun yung reason doon is the matching. So, adjusting entries reflect unrecorded economic activity that has taken place but has not yet been recorded. Kaya tayo mag-a-adjust, no? Yan ang purpose ng adjusting entries, to reflect the correct entries. Why? Because it will affect our financial statement. Okay. So, bakit hindi na-record yung activity at the end of the period? One reason, more convenient and economical to wait until the end of the period to record the activity. Second reason, no source document. Ito na. Very important po yung documentation. That's why, sabi ng OECD, when I once attended also the seminar nung conducted ng OECD, ito yung Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Ano sabi niya? Tell your clients, tell your taxpayers to invest in documentations. Why? Because documentations are very important. Kagaya dito, there is no source document. Why? Kasi hindi kayo nag-invest sa documentation. Or sometimes, yung nag-purchase kayo, hindi nag-issue ng resibo. No? So, be very careful. Sabi nila, digitized na ngayon. Hindi na kailangan ng mga resibo. The more that you need. Why? Because your sales can easily be traced in the internet. No, naka-record po lahat yan. So don't believe na hindi kayo matitrace kasi nasa internet yung transactions. More so na the information can be retrieved because it is recorded in the internet. No? Kukuha po yan. Adjusting entries bring the amounts in the general ledger accounts to their proper balances. No? Kaya nga, yan ang purpose na adjusting entries eh. Proper balances or correct balances. So that, pag yung mga balances na yan, you present that already as part of the financial statements, then your financial statement is not misleading. No? Okay. So adjusting entries convert the amounts actually in the ledger to the amount that should be in the general ledger account for proper financial reporting. Bakit dinadala yung account doon sa general ledger? Kasi nandun na yung decrease and increase dinidetermine. Diba? Kasi yung sa journal entries lang, wala ka namang kikita doon na increase, decrease. You cannot determine. That's why dadalhin mo doon sa general ledger yung account para doon mo ang debit credit, doon yung increase, decrease ng account in order to determine the correct balance, no? That you can present in your financial statements. So to make this conversion, the accountants analyze the accounts to determine which need adjustment. Yung account na dapat mo i-adjust, meaning may dagdag ka or may bawas doon. Okay, so let's now go to the example of this adjusting entry. Halimbawa daw, the company purchased a 3-year insurance policy. So 3 years insurance at the amount of 600. So itong 600 covers 3-year insurance. So kung 3 years yan, take to 200 per year, no? So at the beginning of the year, nag-debit siya ng 600 to prepaid insurance. Why prepaid insurance? Kasi prepaid pa siya, asset pa siya, hindi pa siya expense. No? At year-end, the company should remove the 200 of the cost from the asset. So ito na ngayon. Pagdating na ng end of the year, you have to adjust because that 600 na prepaid insurance are no longer 600. Why? Kasi dumaan na yung isang taon. So yung isang taon, na-consume mo na yung prepaid insurance mo worth 200 for the current year. So magkano na lang natira? 2 years. And how much is the 2 years? 400. That's why you remove the 200 from the prepaid insurance in order that you can reflect the right amount of prepaid insurance in the balance sheet, no? Which is 400 na lang. Bawas na yung 200. Hindi ka nag-adjust. You still report the 600. Misleading na yun kasi hindi na correct yung account. Okay. Companies continuously receive benefits from many assets such as prepaid expenses. O kaya nga, may tinatawag tayo sa classification natin na prepaid expenses. Ibig sabihin, advance payment. And they are recorded as assets. No? Kasi hindi mo pa na-expense. But the moment na na-consume mo na siya, you have to adjust and remove the part on that expenses that has been consumed. No? Firms do not make the entry until financial statements are to be prepared. Yun yung usual na ginagawa. Kasi sabi nila, mag-adjust man sila monthly, hindi naman kailangan. That's why karamihan, ma'am, kahit na nga withholding, no, daming mga queries na, ma'am, pwede ba yung withholding namin, adjust na lang namin at the end of the year? Sabi ko, hindi yan pwede. Why? Because withholding is to be paid on a monthly basis. At pag sinabi natin monthly basis, may recording yan sa books of accounts ninyo. And then, the withholding tax laws natin requires late payment. No? May mga interest na yan, surcharges. So, hindi pwede na ilamp mo lang during the year end. No? Ibang klaseng expenses yan. Statutory expenses yan, regulated by law. Okay. Okay. Adjusting entries are required at least once a year. Okay. So, deferred items. Ano naman itong deferred items? Kanina mga sinasabi natin, prepaid expenses. No? So, these are the deferred items. No? So, for the assets expense, ang adjustment natin is asset decrease. So, pag nag-decrease ka ng asset, anong gagawin natin doon sa double entry natin? Yung credit. Why? Kasi yung asset increases pag nag-debit ka. So, pag bawasan mo yung asset, magki-credit ka. No? So, previously recorded date, asset, ginawa ng expense. So, increase ang debit mo sa expense. Why? Kasi yung portion, halimbawa, ng prepaid expenses na 600, in-expense mo yung 200. So, dinagdag mo siya doon sa expense. Magdi-debit ka ngayon doon sa expense account so that mag-i-increase siya because you claim. Ano namang gagawin mo doon sa asset? Kasi instead na 600, binawasan mo ng 200. So, maiwan doon sa prepaid expense mo, which is an asset, is 400 na lang. So, dinecrease mo yung asset. Anong gagawin mo? You have to credit the 200. No? So, ganyan po. Kasi kanina, basic na debit credit yung ating ginawa. Ngayon, i-apply mo na yung debit credit and when it is proper. So, for the liability or revenue, yung adjustment mo, liability. Ang liability naman, since nasa right, ang normal balance niya is on the right, so, gusto mong bawasan yung liability, anong gagawin mo? You have to debit. No? So, previously recorded date, yung liability naman napunta na sa revenue. So, i-increase mo naman yung revenue, increase mo yung i-credit mo. Kasi, ang revenue, di ba, yun nasa right side, normal balance. So, it will be increased by credit entry. No? So, yan po yung paggawa natin ng adjustments. No? Sa liability account, i-decrease mo yung liability para bawasan. Sa revenue naman, i-increase mo siya ng credit para lumaki siya. No? Yan ito na yung application ng debit and credit natin kanina. Okay, so what are the types of adjusting entries? Okay, so deferred and accrued. No? So anong ibig sabihin ng deferred? To postpone or delay. Yung accrued naman, ano yun? To grow or accumulate items. I-accrued mo pa. So deferred items consist of adjusting entries involving data previously recorded in accounts. No? Balikan natin yung entry natin kanina. Yung explanation natin kanina. Dito sa adjustment natin on the liabilities or revenues, anong ginawa natin sa liability? Nag-decrease tayo. No? So pag nag-decrease ka nag-debit ka ng liability, magdi-decrease siya. Ang revenue naman, mag-i-increase siya, magki-credit ka. So anong account to? Example, na liability account siya, tapos napunta siya ng revenue. Ito yung halimbawa, unearned income or rental deposits. Nung nag-deposit ka ng rental sa lessor, yung lessor doon, hindi pa niya earned yung rental deposit mo. Kaya liability niya yun doon sa umuupa. No? So, liability account niya. Ngayon, sabi nung umuupa, wala pa kami yung pera, pwede ba i-apply muna namin yung deposit namin? Okay. So, i-apply yung deposit sa renta, naging revenue na siya. No? Diba, may 2 months deposit siya, tapos wala siyang pambayad this month. Ma'am, pwede ba gamitin namin yung aming deposit na 1 month ngayon? So, yung liability na yan, ng lessor, na-earn na niya ngayon yung, no? Kasi yung isang month na i-consume, i-apply doon sa rental niya, nagiging revenue na. Ngayon yung revenue. Pero yung liability account naman ng lessor, nadi-decrease, nag-i-increase naman yung kanyang revenue. No? So, dyan pumapasok yung adjustment. Okay. So, sabi natin the type of adjusting entries can be accrual or deferrals, no? Okay. So, itong deferrals, i-postpone mo. Yun namang accrual, palakihin mo. No? I-accrue mo siya. Okay. So the entries involve the transfer of data already recorded in the asset and liabilities to expense and revenue accounts. Ang accrued items, ito yung mga adjusting entries relating to the activity which no data has been previously recorded. Kaya nga inaccrue mo siya, no? Inaccrue mo na siya. Okay. Deferred items naman consist of 2 types, no, na adjusting entries. Assets, an expense adjustment, and liability and revenue adjustments. Alam nyo, itong mga deferred taxes, accrued taxes, sometimes ito yung favorite source din ng deficiency ng income. Why? Kasi bakit mo pa siya dineferred? No? Hindi mo pa siya ni-recognize ngayon when in fact, dapat na siyang i-recognize. And the payment of taxes is already due. No? Yung iba naman, nag-a-accrue, ano yung ina-accrue nila? Ina-accumulate pa nila, yung mga prepaid expenses. No? So, unearned revenue is a liability until the company renders the service. Kasi nga unearned revenue pa siya eh. That's why may isa akong client na ang laki ng na-receive niya na cash, pero hindi pa naman earned, no? So, anong ginawa ko? Doon muna siya sa unearned income. So, since unearned income pa siya, it is still liability, no? Kasi liable ka pa doon, hindi naman sa iyo yun eh. It's not your asset, that is your liability. Okay. So, liability siya until the company renders the service. But the moment yung binayad sa iyo na yan, na kapag render ka na ng services, then that unearned revenue becomes earned revenue. Ibig sabihin, sa'yo na talaga, hindi na liability. Asset mo na. Ikaw na talaga yung may-ari. No? So, what are the adjusting entries? Asset revenue adjustment and liability expense adjustment. Okay. So, example, ito yung services to customer, pero hindi pa na-bill ng customer. No? So, the accountant records this transaction as an asset in the form of receivable. Kasi na-bill na siya ng customer, pero hindi pa nabayaran. No? So, anong ginawa ng accountant? Gine-record niya sa asset as ano yung chart of accounts receivable. So, receivable pa siya as revenue because the company has earned the revenue. Na-earn na no? So, although receivable pa lang siya. So, assume also that the company owes its employees salaries not yet paid. No? So, ano tong salaries not yet paid? The accountant records this transaction as a liability and an expense because the company has incurred an expense. Anong adjustment? Ito yung recorded in the company accounts. No? Ito maliit siya masyado, pero tingnan na lang ninyo sa yung may mga pinadala na ng kopya. Napakaliit. No? So, we have the trial balance. Ano itong trial balance? Saan galing itong trial balance natin? Galing to doon sa ating mga ledger na accounts. Saan galing yung ledger? Sa journal. So, hindi pwede na yung accounts, diretso na sa ledger, hindi mo nadadaan sa journal. Bago siya makarating sa trial balance, journal muna, and then ledger. Ano yung journal? Book of original entry. Yung debit and credit, and then explanations. Ano naman yung ledger? Yun yung trial balances na debit and credit, and then the balance. No? Ano naman tong trial balance? Kukunin mo lahat ng mga ending balances ng account doon sa T accounts nila, and then you make the trial balance. No? So in this example, the account title is cash. No? We have 8,250. Okay. So anong ibig sabihin ng cash na 8,250? Ito yung cash na to, ito yung galing sa ledger. Na all the debits and credits for cash, i-total mo yan, and then i-subtract mo from the debit account, i-subtract mo lahat ng credit account equals your cash. No? And then we have the accounts receivable. Ito ang mga asset accounts to lahat. 6,200. And then supplies on hand, 1,400. Ito yung accounts receivable, supplies on hand. This should be adjusted. Why? Kagaya ng supplies on hand, kung may na-consume ka na, no? So, ibawas mo lahat yun dun sa account. And then we have prepaid insurance, 2,400. Prepaid rent, puro prepaid siya ha. So, ibig sabihin, nag-accumulate ka pa. Assets mo pa siya. And then trucks, 40,000. Okay. So, accounts payable, so babayaran to siya. Accounts payable is 730. No? So, bakit nandun na siya sa left column? Kasi hindi na siya debit. No? Nasa credit na siya. Ang normal balance niya. Unearned service fees, 4,500. Capital stock, 50,000. No? Dividends, 3,000. Service revenue, 10,700. Okay. Advertising, so lahat-lahat na yan. And you have the total. No? Pareho yung total natin, 66,930. Yan po yung total ng debit at saka credit. So, dapat balance yan. Sa trial balance pa lang, dapat balance ka na. Okay. So, what are the type of accounts? Ito yung asset. No? So, ito yung account number. Okay. Ito yung parang code na sinasabi natin kanina as reference. No? So, account title, interest receivable, the amount of interest earned but not yet received. Okay. So, may explanation pa. accumulated depreciation tracks. No? This is the total depreciation expense taken on tracks since the acquisition date. The balance of the account is deducted from that of tracks on the balance sheet, the amount of salaries earned by employees but not yet paid by. Oh, yun. Yun na yung dapat ka mag-adjust. Ha? Okay. Also, on the amount of interest earned. Insurance also, the cost of insurance incurred during the current period. Ito yung mga example na dapat i-adjust, ha? Rent expense, the cost of rent incurred in the current period. And then we have the supplies expense, the cost of supplies used in the current period. And we have also the depreciation expense, portion of the cost of the tracks assigned to expenses during the current period. So, lahat to may mga corresponding adjustment na dapat gawin. Okay. So, how will you compute for the adjustment for deferred items? Okay. So, you must make several asset expense adjustment for prepaid expense. Okay. So, prepaid expense is an asset awaiting assignment to expense. Prepaid pa lang siya. Bakit? In advance siya ng payment eh. But, nag-a-await siya na i-apply mo na. Kasi di ba mayroon tayong tinatawag na matching principle. So, yung prepaid expense, hindi mo pwedeng good for 3 years, hindi mo pwedeng i-claim yan sa isang taon lang. Kasi that is good for 3 years. No? Okay. So, ano pong mga example? Prepaid insurance, prepaid rent, supplies on hand. Okay. So, prepaid insurance, there is an explanation here. No? And then may example. So, prepaid insurance, when a company pays an insurance policy premium in advance. No? The purchase creates the assets prepaid insurance. Okay. Advance payment is an asset because the company will receive insurance coverage in the future. Example, the asset gradually expires. The portion has expired becomes an expense. No? So, halimbawa, si ABC daw, may binili siya na cash insurance policy noong December 1 to November 30, 2021. Okay, so what is the journal entry? Debit prepaid insurance and credit cash. Okay. So, bakit prepaid siya? Hindi pa siya na-expense lahat. Huh? Okay, so 2 accounts relating to insurance are prepaid insurance and insurance expense. So, hindi pwede na yung buong amount i-claim mo lahat as prepaid insurance kasi nga meron ng na ano na doon, na consume na. No? So, after posting the entry, prepaid insurance account has a 2,400 debit balance on December 1, 2020. So, the insurance expense has a 0 balance on December 1, 2020. Okay. Iba yung account ng prepaid insurance, iba yung insurance expense, ha? Hindi yan sila pareho. No? Ano yung prepaid insurance account? Ito yung binayaran mo na insurance that will cover more than the period. Ano naman tong insurance expense? Ito yung insurance na i-apply mo na. No? Kagaya ng halimbawa, i-expense mo na. Okay. So, insurance expense account has a 0 balance on December 2020 because no time has elapsed to use any of the policy's benefits. So, prepaid insurance, the balance is 2,400 and then may prepaid expense, no? Wala. Okay. So, during the December, the policy has expired. So, meaning, na-consume na. So part of the service potential or benefit obtained from the asset has expired. Okay. The asset now provides less future services benefits that when the company acquired it. So yung asset, hindi na siya makapagbigay ng future service or benefits. Why? Kasi na-consume na siya. No? So we recognize the deduction by treating the cost of the services received. Okay. And the asset as an expense. Okay. So the policy provides same services for every month of 1 year, then equal amount of 200 of cost each year. Okay. So, anong entry natin on December 31? Insurance expense, credit, prepaid expense. Okay. So, bakit naka-debit na yung insurance expense? Dagdag na siya doon sa assets, no? Prepaid expense. Okay. So, after posting the 2 journal entries, the account in T account format appear as follows. So, ito na yung itsura ng account na prepaid insurance. Di ba dalawa yung account natin? Isang prepaid insurance, isang insurance expense. Excuse me. So, for the prepaid insurance, purchase on account, 2,400. So, balance after adjustment, 2,200. Nag-adjust sila ng 200. Okay. So, the account of prepaid insurance and the account of insurance expense. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, magkaiba yan. So, what are the debit and prepaid insurance? No? We have purchase on account. So, utang pala siya. And then, we have insurance expense. Okay? So, anong mga debit natin sa prepaid insurance? Purchases on account, 2,400. And then, nag-credit tayo ng adjustment na 200. So, magkano na binawas natin doon sa 2,400? Only 200. Okay. So, this will exactly be how this entries looks like in your books of accounts, no? So we have the purchase on account, 24,000. We have adjustment na 200, so 2,200 na lang. So insurance expense. Okay. So before the adjusting entry, the 2,400 was made in December 1, 2020, no? So yung prepaid expense niya for 12-month protection. December 31, 2020, 1 month of protection had passed. And the adjusting entry transferred 200 of the 2,400. So si ABC, na-consume niya yung 1 month na insurance expense, which is 200 pesos. So remaining amount of the prepaid expense is 2,200 kasi 200 lang yun na yun. Claim niya. Okay. Prepaid rent. Oh. Actually, ang dami kong queries dito sa mga rent na to. No? Ang isang queries nila is di sila binibigyan ng resibo ng lessor, can they claim it as an expense. Sabi ko mag-withhold kayo. No? So, doon sa rental na 5%. And then, yung remittance ninyo i-attach nyo ngayon as supporting documents on this transaction. So prepaid rent is another example of gradual consumption of previously recorded assets. Okay. Ano yan? Okay. So, before we continue, no, let's have our short break na 5 minutes. Okay, so let's continue, no? So we have, okay na? Okay, so we have our examples on the adjustment that we are going to make, no? And why is it that we have to adjust? Because of the accounting treatment ng accruals and deferrals, no? May dinidefer, may ina-accrue. So, dapat magkaroon tayo ng adjustment in order to have a correct balance that we can have the accounts as presented in our financial statements. No? Okay. So, ito yung mga example. Actually, marami na tayong examples on the adjustment, no? So, prepaid rent is 2,400 and then the cash is 2,400. Ito represents 3 months, no, na rent sa building. Okay. So, prepaid rent is 1,200, no? So, the rent expense natin is wala pa. Kasi nga, beginning pa lang. Okay. And then, we have the rent expense na 400. Ito na pagka ginamit mo na yung prepaid rent, no? Ano na yung magiging debit mo? Rent expense, kasi nadagdagan mo yung expense. Ano yung i-credit mo, nababawasan mo? Of course, the prepaid rent. Hindi na yung cash. Kasi, nabawasan na yung cash nung binayad mo to noon. So, ngayon, prepaid rent na lang. Okay. So, yun na yung credit mo. Okay. Kasi, 1,200 yun na 3 buwan. So, ibig sabihin, for 1 month, ang expense mo, rent expense mo is 400. No? So, journal entry ka na, ito naman yung ledger mo, yung T accounts. No? So, prepaid rent is 1,200, no, ng nagbayad ka ng prepaid rent na cash paid mo 1,200. Ito 1,200 dito yan sa debit side, nagkamali lang yan ng ano diyan, ng entry. Pero nasa debit side yan, cash paid na 1,200 noong December 1, no? Noong December 31, nagkaroon na siya ng credit sa prepaid rent na 400, so that at the end of December, yung balance na after adjustment is 800 na lang. Why? Kasi nagamit mo na yung isang buwan na 400. No? That's why 2 months na lang yung hindi pa nagamit. That's why yung prepaid rent mo talaga dito, the balance is 800 for 2 months. No? And then sa rent expense mo, dun sa ledger account mo naman, sa T accounts mo, may pumasok na rent expense na debit, kasi di ba ang normal balance ng expense is debit. So may pumasok na doon na rent expense na 400. Okay. Okay, so those are the examples ng adjusting entries natin, no? So, marami na tayong example dyan. Sa supplies expense, the same mechanics lang din sila na prepaid expense. Okay. So, let's move forward on the ibang entries naman. No? Kasi, we're running out of time. So, yung ibang mga examples na dyan, please go over. Kasi, nasa adjusting entries lahat yan. Okay. Okay. So, itong depreciation is very crucial. Why? Ito na yung sabi ko sa inyo na we must have a discussion on the lapsing schedule of assets. Why? Kasi mandatory requirements po yan sa presentation ng financial statement natin that you have to, mali pa yung spelling depreciation, no? Isang E lang yan. No? So, yung depreciation natin pertains to the allowance for the wear and tear of this property, plant, and equipment. No? Okay. So, ang depreciation is may gradual using up din. No? Limbawa, bumili ka ng assets na 5 million. and then the life of the assets is 5 years. So you have a depreciation, you want claim a depreciation of 1 million per year. So you have to use that also. Okay. So depreciable asset is a manufactured asset such as building, machine, vehicle, piece of equipment that provides service to business. Ang pwede mo lang i-depreciate dito yung mga assets na ginagamit sa business, no? Hindi yung binibenta, no? Iba 'yon. So yung mga binibenta na assets, halimbawa, nasa inventory mo 'yan, yung kung retailer ka, may mga inventory ka of your goods and merchandise, hindi yan pwedeng depreciate. Ha? Halimbawa naman, subdivision ka, yung nasa inventory mo of the things that you are selling are the lots, no, or house and lot, hindi mo rin pwedeng i-depreciate yan. Only those assets, building, machines na ginagamit mo in your business, no, hindi binibenta. So in time, these assets lost their utility because of wear and tear. Kasi ito allowance lang to ng binibigay dun sa may-ari ng assets. Because as time goes by, na di-diminish o nagiging obsolete, no? Itong mga assets natin. Okay. So depreciation expense is the amount of the assets cost assigned as an expense to a particular period. Inassign na as an expense to a particular period, but there is no cash talaga involved, no? Kaya nga ang credit mo dito is allowance for depreciation, no? So how do you record this depreciation? No, it is called depreciation accounting. Okay. Ano ang involved sa assets natin? The asset cost, the estimated salvage value, and then the estimated useful life. No? So asset cost, for BIR purposes, hindi pwedeng i-depreciate mo yung market value. Only the amount you spend when you acquire the assets. Kaya cost lang talaga. No? Ano naman itong estimated sales salvage value? Ito yung kahit na fully used mo na yung sasakyan or assets, meron pa rin siyang salvage value. Pwede mo pa siyang ibenta or pwede mo pa rin siyang gamitin. No? Just like, ano ba itong mga gaganda ang salvage value? Sabi nila, if you are planning to buy a car, dapat daw Toyota. Why? Kasi daw malaki ang salvage value. Ibig sabihin, fully depreciated na siya, pero mayroon pang bibili. No? At the end of the estimated useful life. Ano naman tong estimated useful life ng assets? Ito yung time that you can use the assets. No? So kung halimbawa 5 years, then the estimated useful life is 5 years. Yeah. Ang useful life is an estimate, no? Pero siyempre yung estimate na may basis. Kasi bakit? Ang computer, halimbawa, ilang years may depreciate yung assets, yung na computer. Usually, 2 to 3 years. Pero depende sa klase ng computer, no? Meron din computer na mahinang klase, outright expense. Hindi mo na siya pwedeng depreciate, no? So, accountants use different methods of recording depreciation. Different methods to, pero for BIR purposes, no, ang mga methods are limited lang din doon sa karamihan na ginagamit is the straight line methods. Hindi ginagamit yung iba. Although, sa nakikita ko ngayon, binabasa ko yung tax code, the company can also use different methods of depreciation. No? So ito yung mga example natin on the straight line depreciation. Annual depreciation is equal to asset cost minus estimated salvage value over estimated years of useful life. So paano natin i-depreciate ang annual? Alamin mo muna kung magkano yung asset cost, tapos kung magkano yung salvage value niya. Halimbawa, the salvage value is 100,000. The asset cost is 500,000. So, 400,000 Kung halimbawa naman yung estimated life niya is 5 years, so 400,000 divided by 5 years, no? So, in order to get the annual depreciation that you can claim. Okay. Halimbawa sa truck, no, may truck tayo na 40,000. So, nung binili natin yung trucks, we debit trucks na asset and then nag-credit tayo, binawasan natin yung cash. Why? Because binayad natin sa trucks. No? So, ang truck as an asset, pwede siyang i-depreciate. No? So, magkano yung depreciation? Ang computation dito is 9,000. Why? Because the annual depreciation computation is 40,000, which is the cost of the asset. I-less natin yung 4,000, which is the estimated salvage value. And then, yung life of the truck is only 4 years. So, 36,000 divided by 4 years is 9,000 per year. So, yun lang yung pwede natin i-claim as depreciation. So, may mga basis din yan na hindi ibig sabihin na estimate lang yan. Wala yung basis. Meron yung basis, no? Because you cannot claim over claim ng depreciation, no? Okay. In some tax fraud cases, mayroon din mga ganyan, no? Overclaim ng depreciation. Okay. Okay, so much for those depreciation expense, no, ng trucks. Okay. Kasi we are running out of time, no? 3:30 na. Dami pa natin i-discuss. Dito naman sa example sa adjusting entries pa rin to, sa unearned service fees. No? Unearned service fees, itong service fees are supposed to be income to ng service company. No? Pero bakit siya sinabi na unearned pa? Kasi hindi pa siya nakakapag-render ng services, pero nagbayad na yung client. No? So, example, December 7, ABC Company received 4,500 from the customer as payment for future training services. So, future pa, hindi pa kaagad-agad. Okay. So, how do you record in the journal entry? You debit cash, 4,500. Bakit debit cash ka? Kasi nagbayad ng cash, no? So, nadagdagan yung cash mo. Debit cash, 4,500, and then you credit unearned service fees. So, bakit siya credit? Kasi nadagdagan din yung income mo. No? So, anong sabi natin pag income account, nasa yung normal balance niya, nasa right. No? And paano siya nadaragdagan? Credit. That's why dito, debit cash, 4,500. Credit unearned service fees, 4,500, which is liability account. No? Okay. Why liability pa? Kasi hindi pa sa iyo. Okay. Ano tong ledger account naman? How do we record that? We have dalawang account. Isang unearned service fees and another is the service revenue. So how do we record yun sa unearned service fees? We credit that on the credit side, no, of the T account, which is cash received in advance, 4,500. Yan ang unearned services. Hindi pa na-earn, but we recognize it already. Why? Kasi nagbayad na yung customer. And then for the service revenue, we have balance before adjustment of 10,700. No? So, saan mo yan nakuha? Itong balance before adjustment, 10,700. Doon sa mga debits and credits nyo din sa revenue. No? Yung pinapakita dito is only the balance. Okay. So, how do we record? Unearned service fees, 1,500. Credit unearned revenue, 1,500. This is ABC earned 1/3 of the 4,500. Anong 1/3 ng 45 is 1,500. In the unearned service fees accounts by December 31. Okay. So, anong ginawa ng company? Transfer 1,500 to the service revenue account as follows. Okay. Bakit unearned service fees? 1.5 na lang kasi ang 1/3 yan ng 4,500. Okay. So, on December 31, there is an adjustment of 1,400. So, meron siyang unearned service fees, no? 1,400, and then cost received in advance, no? Yan yung 4,500. So that the balance after adjustment is 3,000. Hindi to 1,400, ha? This is 1,500. Nagkamali lang dyan. That is 1,500. Okay. And then the service revenue. Okay. So the service revenue, mayroon na siyang balance na 10,700, no? As shown in the problem, no? So meron siyang adjustment pa rin na dagdagan ng 1,500. So balance after adjustment is 12,500. Yan na yung total ng service revenue or ng service income. Okay. So pagdating naman ng hindi nagtuloy yung services, no? So yung 1,500 okay na yon. But the remaining na 3,000 pesos na unearned income, hindi natuloy yung services. So what happened? Siyempre, i-refund mo ngayon yung 3,000. No? So assume that ABC could not perform the remaining 3,000 of training services and would have to refund the money the company would make. No? So i-refund nila, ibalik nila yung pera ng customer. No? So debit unearned service fees, 3,000, credit cash 3,000. So paano nila binalik yung advance payment na yon? Record the refund of unearned training fees. No? So, debit, unearned service fees, credit cash. Okay. So, another na i-discuss natin are the examples of these accrued items. No? Sa ano naman itong accrued items? Required 2 types of adjusting entries. No? So, ito yung asset, revenue adjustment, and liability, expense adjustment. Okay. First group of assets, the revenue adjustment involves accrued assets. No? Yung second group naman, liability adjustment. Okay. So, accrued assets, ano ba yung ibig sabihin na accrued assets? Accrued assets such as interest receivable or accounts receivable that have not been recorded by the end of the accounting period. So, yun yung accrued assets. Di pa rin siya na-record at the end of the accounting period. So, the assets represent rights to receive future payment that are not due at the balance sheet. Okay? So, hindi pa daw siya due sa balance sheet. To present an accurate picture of the affairs of the business on the balance sheet, ito yung mga firms recognize these rights as end of the accounting period. Kaya nga karamihan po ng mga adjustments natin at saka adjusting entries, usually end of the year, no? End of the accounting period. And when we say one accounting period is one taxable year, which is 12 months. Okay, so dual nature of this adjustment, adjustment accrued revenues because the revenues must be recorded. And then we have the interest revenue. Ano naman tong interest revenue? These are the revenue from savings account which earn interest moment by moment. No? Kaya interest revenue siya eh. So, rarely payment is of the interest made on the last day of the accounting period. Hindi yan nasusunod. Okay. So, anong records? Usually show interest revenue earned but not yet received. Ito naman, yung kanina, di ba, unearned service income liability. Na-earn na, hindi pa na-receive. Ito naman, earned na siya pero hindi na-receive, no? Yung kanina, na-receive na pero hindi pa na-earn, no? So, yan yung accrued. Affects the total assets owned by the investor unless the company makes an adjusting entry. Okay. So, ito naman yung example, no? So, debit interest receivable, 600,000. Credit interest revenue of 600,000. Iyan yung total na 1 month interest or revenue, no? So, yung interest kasi, ano ba tong interest? These are the cost of money when you use it for financial transactions, no? So, saan pa to maraming nagkaroon ng findings, no? Yung interest na to, na account, sa transfer pricing analysis din, no? Because interest is the sum of money, no, used in the financial. So, at saka siguro sa mga maraming talagang kind of expenses, isa na dito talaga sa pinakamarami itong interest, revenue and interest receivable. So how do you post in the ledger? No? Okay. So interest receivable, no? So December 31 meron siyang adjustment na 6,600. No? For the interest revenue, we have the adjustment only of 600, no? So laki ng asset accounts niya na 6,600 pero yung interest revenue niya is only 600. Okay. Why? Because ABC reports 600 debit balance in interest receivable. So that is an asset for December 31, 2020. Okay. So yung 600 credit balance in interest revenue is the interest earned during the month. Okay. So yun na yun. Mayroon ng credit balance na interest revenue is the interest earned during the month. Okay. So, ano yung mga revenue under accrual basis of accounting? Collect daw the actual cash during the year. Okay. So, ano naman tong unbilled training fees? No? A company may perform services for customers in one accounting period while it bills to the services for the services is different accounting period. Eh, bakit ganon? No? So, ABC company perform 1,000 of training services on account for a client at the end of December. Okay. So, what happened in this? So, yung unbilled training fees, unbilled. So, na trabaho na, pero hindi pa na-earn. Kaya nga unbilled pa, hindi pa natanggap. Okay. So, kailan niya i-bill ni ABC ang client sa services? January pa, pero the services been performed already in December. So, tapos na yung services and then hindi pa bayad. No? Okay. So, yun yung example. Debit, accounts receivable or service fees receivables, and then credit service revenue. Now, let's go to closing entries. No? So, ano ba itong mga closing entries na pag-aralan natin? No? First, we have to complete the accounting cycle. No? So, we have the worksheet. Yung worksheet, galing din yan sa trial balance. No? Yung worksheet, mas final na lang siya compared to the trial balance. Ang worksheet galing sa trial balance. Saan naman galing yung trial balance? Galing sa journal at saka sa ledger natin, no? Saan galing ang worksheet sa trial balance? Saan galing ang trial balance? Doon sa T accounts or ledger accounts. Saan naman galing yung ledger accounts? Galing sa journal, no? Okay. So yun, no? Kasi ang worksheet, diyan na tayo gagawa ng financial statements natin at dyan na rin natin makikita or papasok yung mga adjusting entries natin. Okay? So, completing the accounting cycle, we have the worksheet. Okay. So, what are the steps in preparing the worksheet? So, number 1, hanapin mo daw, you enter the titles and balances of ledger accounts in the trial balance columns. Of course, ang karamihan na gagawin mo dyan, yung meron lang balances. Yung 00, hindi na. And then you have to enter adjustment in the adjustment column. Kasi ang worksheet, may column na yan para sa adjustment. And then next is the inter-adjusted account balances in the adjusted trial balance column. So meron din column doon para sa adjusted account balances na. And then extend adjusted balances of revenue and expense accounts from the adjusted trial balance to the income statement columns. May sample tayo. Papakita natin how do you extend. Pipick upin mo lang, forward mo lang yung mga accounts. Extend any balances in the written earnings and dividends accounts to the statement of written earnings. Bakit nasa written earnings yung dulo? Kasi yun yung cuts basin ng income, no? Extend adjusted balances of assets, liability, and capital stock accounts from the adjusted trial balance column to the balance sheet columns. Okay. So, pagka natapos na yung adjusted balances mo, yun na yung sinasabi ko na extend ka na lang. No? Trial balance, balance sheet, income statement. Okay. So, balance sheet columns on worksheet. Okay. Sige. Sample tayo dyan. Excuse me, Nelson. Pahinging tubig. Kalahati lang. Okay. Sige, thank you. Akin na yung tissue. Okay. So, dito na tayo sa end product na. So, gumawa na tayo ng adjustment. Okay, saan naman natin ipapakita yung adjustment? Kasi meron tayong trial balance, gawa tayo ng worksheet. Doon sa worksheet, nandun na yung mga adjusted balances. No? Okay. So, the written earnings in the trial balance has zero balance. It has to be shown that the relative position among the accounts and also the December 2020, no? Yan yung first month of operation. Okay. Doon na tayo sa example natin. Okay. So, what are the steps in the accounting cycle? Napakalabo, no? Kasi ang liit. So, we have the input, we have the process, we have the output, no? So, yun na yung pinaka-model ng system, di ba? Input, process, output. Okay. So, what are we going to do when making adjusting entries? No? Number 1, examine adjusting entries made at the end of the preceding accounting period. Okay. Why examine? Because sometimes yan ang gagaling yung error, no? So, examine the account titles in the trial balance. Yes. So, for example, the company has an account titled tracks. So, there must be an entry for depreciation. Yun. Kasi yung mga account na yan, sometimes yung isang account, may nakakabit na account yan. No? Once you use that account, may kasamang account yan, gagamitin mo din, explain mo rin. So, examine the account titles in the balance sheet. No? So, for example, if the company is an account titled tracks, then the entry must be made for depreciation. Okay. And then number 3, examine various business documents. Ano tong example ng mga business documents na to? Ito yung bills for services received or rendered. Okay. Also to discover other assets, liabilities, revenue, and expenses that have not yet been recorded. Okay. So yun na yung mga hindi na record, no? And then ask the manager or other personnel specific questions regarding adjustment. Okay. Were any services performed during the month that have not yet been billed? So, yung mga sample ng questions lang yun sa service company. Okay. Ito na yung adjusted trial balance natin. Which sabi ko sa inyo, meron diyang work sheet na pwede siyang i-expand pa, no? So, after ABC adjustment, the adjusted balance of its account enter into this adjusted trial balance columns, no? So, yung mga adjustment na yon dapat nasa adjusted trial balance column. Okay. So, example, supplies on hand, account number 107 had an adjusted balance of 1,400. Example lang yan, ha? And then we have ito na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na ABC company, no? Worksheet. So, try to take a look at the columns. We have the account titles. We have the trial design. Okay, so we have the adjustment, no? So, account titles, trial balance, adjustment, and then we have the adjusted trial balance. Sunod-sunod yan. So, ini-extend na lang natin yung ating mga accounts, no? We have the adjusted trial balance, and then we have the income statement, and then we have the statement of written earnings. Okay. So, saan na yung mga diniscuss natin kanina na mga account? Andito na, no? Kasi ito yung adjustment natin. Okay. So, yung cash natin, magkano na siya? 8,250. No, nagkaroon ba siya ng adjustment? Adjusted na trial balance? Wala, no? For the accounts receivable, meron. No? 1,000. For the supplies on hand, 500. No? For the 2,400 na prepaid insurance, meron tayong 200, no, na adjustment. So, after dun sa mga adjustments natin, try to take a look at the adjusted trial balance. Why? Kasi itong adjusted trial balance, na-reflect na natin dito yung adjustment, no? Natanggal na natin sila. Okay. So, nandito din yung balance ng worksheet, no? So, debit, credit, yung mga accounts. Cash, accounts receivable, supplies on hand, prepaid insurance, prepaid rent, and then the trucks. So, Okay. So, same pa rin to accounts titles, the total balance, the adjustment, and then the adjusted trial balance. Okay. And then the income statement, no? So, andyan na yung income statement. So, what are the account titles? Ang dami, no? And then we have the trial balance adjustment or adjusted trial balance. Okay. And then hanggang sa statement of written earnings na. Kaya nga, very useful po sa atin itong worksheets because when we try to prepare this, ano yung end product niya? Yung 4 na financial statements. Okay. Kasama pa rin yan, no? Doon sa mga account titles that we are going to make some adjustment. Ngayon, when we have all the balances, extend na natin. So, we have the income statement. What happened to the income statement? Ano yung pinorward natin? Siyempre, yung income, no? Yung net income. And then, yung statement of written earnings, nandiyan din. Ano yung pinorward natin dyan? Yung net income, also yung mga dividend, no? Kasi dyan yung ibabawas. And also, most of all, yung pinaka-importante po talaga sa mga financial statement, the balance sheet. Why? Because nandoon lahat ng assets and ang liabilities natin or the status or standing of the companies can be determined doon sa balance sheet. No? Kaya very important yan. Tinitingnan ka agad yan. So, for the adjustment, ano yung adjustment natin na ginawa? No, yung insurance expense for December, the rent expense for December, supplies expense for December, and then the depreciation expense for December. Why? Kasi only the amount na related sa December, yun lang yung kiname natin. No? Okay, the interest revenue, the unbilled training services, and then the salaries. Okay. So, yun yung mga accounts that we claim. No? So, let's go to the income statement column. No? Kasi, nag-extend tayo. In-extend natin yung mga columns in order that we can determine kung ano yung result of operation natin during the year. But unfortunately, yung example natin, only 1 month operation lang during the year. So, ang tawag po doon, pag sa BIR kayo at nag-file kayo ng returns, ang tawag doon is short period return. Why short period return? Because one taxable year is composed of 12 months. And then yung pinile ninyo is only good for 1 month. That's why ang tawag sa kanya short period return. No? Okay. So, how do you post on the income statement accounts? Sa worksheet ito worksheet yung pinag-usapan natin dito. Kasi ang pag-usapan natin na financial statement na income statement, bukas pa yun. No? Ito, yung mga accounts ng income statement in the worksheet. No? So, you extend all the ABC revenue and expense account. Why ABC revenue and expense account? Because the components or what are the contents of the income statement, ito yung mga total income niya at saka yung mga expenses during the period. No? So, in-extend siya lahat dun sa adjusted trial balance and then nagkaroon ng adjustment. No? So, how much is the total expenses ng ABC? No? 6,510. Total revenues, 13,800. So, magkano yung net income niya? 7,290. No? So, yung 7,290 income, nasa debit column siya to make the two columns total balance. No? Yung 7,290. No? So, nag-close ka na. Doon na tayo sa yung, i-close mo na yung account, income statement account. kino-close yan para i-zero out. Okay. So, statement of written earnings na column. No? So, ano naman itong written earnings columns? Ano yung written earnings? Ito yung capital. Okay. So, complete the statement of written earning columns. Enter the 7,290 net income amount to December in the credit statement of written earnings columns. Bakit credit? Kasi ang written earnings natin, normal balance is credit, no? So, net income amount is the balancing figure for the income statement columns and is also in the credit statement of written earnings column. Okay. So, net income appears in the statement of written earnings credit column because it causes an increase in written earnings. Kasi, saan ba galing yung written income? That is coming from the income earned by the company during the period. So, the 7,219 net income, the beginning written earning balance na zero, so yung total niya is 7,290 lang kasi first month of operation na, which is also equal to the first year of operation. And then nag-declare na siya ng dividend na 3,000, no? So the ending balance of the written earnings is 4,290. Why? Because the dividend declared should be deducted from your written earnings, which is 4,290. Okay. Sa working paper natin, we also have the balance sheet column, no? So, discuss na natin yung income statement column, the written earnings columns, and then the balance sheet columns. So, the balance sheet columns, extend mo lahat ng assets, no? Try to look at the balance sheet. Nandun na yung assets, nandun na yung liabilities, nandun yung stockholders' equity, and the written earnings. So, extend mo lahat yon doon sa column ng balance sheet. So, ibig sabihin, lahat ng accounts pertaining to the balance sheet, ilagay mo na siya ngayon doon sa balance sheet column. In order to determine na lahat ng accounts are properly distributed para na yan in preparation of your financial statements. No? So, locating errors. Paano kayo mag-locate ng errors? Kasi, hindi maiwasan, no? Although kung computerized accounting system kayo, yung system na mismo magbabalan sa atin. Kaya nga, yung sa maka-afford naman, you invest in computerization. And para sa akin, lahat ng mga social media, lahat ng mga nasa internet selling, this is mandatory for them to maintain a computerized accounting system. Okay. So, how do you locate the error kung meron man, no? So, when the balance sheet column total do not agree on the first attempt, then you're going to work backward through the process, no? So, used in preparing worksheet. Okay, so ano yung mga steps? Retotal the two balance sheet columns kung merong error sa addition. Pero pag sa Excel, wala na rin error eh, no? Pag nag-Excel kayo, and usually, our financial statements naman yung ginagamit natin if we are not computerized. We are using the Excel. So, wala na siyang error. But, itong error na sinasabi dito, hindi balanse yung ating balance sheet. Yung ating total sa asset accounts does not agree with the total natin sa liability account. Kaya ang tawag nga sa kanya, hindi balanse. No? So, if you made an incorrect extension from the adjusted trial balance column, okay. So, example, ito yung example So, ABC Company income statement. No? So, for December 31, 2020, we have service revenue and we have the interest revenue. So, ano tong revenue na service? Ito yung income niya in rendering services. Ano naman tong interest income niya? Ito yung sa bangko niya na pera na nakadeposit that earns income. Okay? And then the expenses, advertising, gas and oil, salaries expense, utilities, insurance expense, rent expense, supplies expense, depreciation. Take note that in the expenses, sa actual po talaga dyan, sa BAR, in some of your expenses, in your operating expenses, you are required to withhold. Ano yung i-withhold mo? Halimbawa dito sa advertising expense is considered as services. So magwi-withhold ka dyan ng 2%. No? Gas and oil, wala yan kasi goods yan. Salaries expense, no? Kung malaki yan, you are required to withhold the tax due of the salaries of your employees. No? Utilities expenses, ano to? Services din, 2% withholding. Insurance expense, wala. Walang, ano yan. Although services din yan, no? Pero, karamihan walang withholding. Rent expense, how much is the withholding? 5%. Supplies expense, wala rin. And then the depreciation expense, no? So, wala rin withholding yan. But for purposes of claiming the expenses, dapat lahat yan. May supporting documents, no, na official receipts or for goods, sales invoice. Okay. And then the next step that you are going to do is the retotal the statement of written earnings and also retotal the income statement columns. So lahat yan, i-total mo because you are locating errors kung meron man. Of course, kung wala, hindi mo na ito gagawin. No? And then we have here the preparing the financial statement from the worksheet. No? Grabe naman to, alas 4 na. Anyway, in preparing the financial statements from the worksheet, we will be discussing this tomorrow. No? Kasi bukas naman talaga yung preparation natin. No? Okay, so when the worksheet is completed, necessary information to prepare income statement, written earnings, balance sheet, available na siya. That's why, kung gagawa na kayo ng financial statements without going through the process, anong gagawin nyo dun sa financial statements nyo? Hula-hula lang kasi wala kayong basis. It doesn't came from your records in your books of accounts. No? So yun yung nangyayari na, ay, pag accountant ka, ma'am, bahala ka na dyan. Ma'am, bahala ka na. Anong bahala dyan? Tapos, alam nyo, in my early years ng practice, ma'am, bahala ka na. Tapos sundan mo sila, gagawin mo rin. Tapos sila rin mag-question. Sabi ko, ano ba to? Sinabing bahala ka na, tapos questionin ka kasi saan mo daw kinuha. Saan mo kinuha yung account? Siyempre, tumingin ka lang doon sa kisame. Tapos ginawa-gawa mo lang. No? But mind you, today, dahil ang BIR napaka-stricto na, nag-o-audit na, yung mga hula-hula natin, mga drawings na financial statements, may mga tax consequences yan. Sobrang hirap na po ngayon. No? Kung in the previous, hindi pa fully computerized ang BIR, pwede pa yan. Ngayon, lahat ng tax consequences, sisingilin kayo. No? So, these are the example ng income statement. Ito naman, written earnings. No? Ito yung balance sheet. No? And the liabilities and stockholders' equity. No? And then you have to journalize the accounting entries. So, ito naman yung mga examples. No? And then, yung closing process natin, paano tayo nagko-close sa books of accounts natin. No? Para ma-close natin, i-zero out natin yung accounts. No? Pero, ano lang yung pwede natin i-zero out ng mga accounts? Only the income statement accounts. Because the balance sheet accounts is called as permanent account, no? The real accounts, hindi yan kino-close. Pag nag-close tayo ng records, yung income statement lang, no? Okay. So, how do you close the revenue accounts? Transfer the balance in the revenue accounts to a clearing account called income and summary. Ano tong income and summary account? Ito yung parang summary na lang ng account. Isang account lang siya na ginamit na nandun na lahat. Why? Because ita-transfer mo yan sa, pang-close mo lang doon sa account na ginawa mo sa ledger account mo, no, sa mga balances mo. So, kaya ka gumawa para i-close lang yun. But, of course, pagdating na sa next year, wala na to kasi temporary accounts lang tong income statement accounts, no? So closing the expense accounts transferring the balances in the revenue accounts to a clearing account called income summary. No? And then closing the income summary accounts, transferring the balances in the revenue accounts or to a written earnings account. Ito na yung preparation na natin ng actual na financial statements. No? So doon muna sila na-close. Closing the dividend accounts, transferring the balance of the dividend to the written earnings account. So yun po yung magko-close tayo ng revenue accounts. Now for the steps, detailed na lang yan at saka may mga examples. No? But I already gave you the summaries on how to make. Nandiyan na, maganda yung mga ginawa ko na examples for the closing of the account at saka yung mga general journal. Example talaga siya sa actual, no? So, madali na siyang intindihin. Okay? So, closing the income summary account, yun na yung sinasabi ko na ililipat na siya sa income summary account. Okay. Yung post-closing trial balance natin, pwede mo nang gawin ulit, no? Yung post-closing trial balance na nag-transfer ka na, ginawa mo na lahat-lahat, no? And then you still have your worksheet, pwede ka na rin gumawa ulit doon ng post-closing trial balance in order that malocate mo na kung talagang may error, kung balance talaga. So, at that early, bago mo i-finalize yung financial statements mo, makikita mo na kung may error ulit. Okay, so I would like to say thank you po very much. What we got today in the morning, we explained about the debit and credit, no, ng accounting entries natin. And then in the afternoon, ito naman yung closing entries natin, adjusting entries natin, which are very, very important in order that we can present correct, no, financial statements. So bukas, ano naman yung gagawin natin bukas? Yung preparation ng financial statement based on the records that we prepare. And then in the afternoon, we will discuss about the computerized, hindi naman computerized books of accounts, only the revenue regulations on bookkeeping. No? That is the mother regulations ng bookkeeping natin na ma-incorporate ninyo. Although some of the provisions, the amount, the thresholds were already changed, no, or amended, pero yung karamihan ng provisions doon are still existing. At doon din nag-umpisa yung mga provisions natin sa bookkeeping, no? So that is the mother bookkeeping regulations. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much and have a good day.